Thank you, Kim, and good morning, El Dorado County. It is another glorious day in our beautiful county, and it's a pleasure to welcome all of you and open the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, October 24th, 2023. And to get us started, I'd like to invite up Reverend Dr. Laura Barnes of the El Dorado County Federated Church. It is a pleasure to, please come on down. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the first time to our meeting and invite you to lead us in the invocation this morning.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be invited. I appreciate being included in this auspicious gathering. As you just introduced me, I won't introduce myself, but I do want to lift up that I do come from one of the oldest churches in El Dorado County. We were established in 1861, and we are a lovely combination of Presbyterians and Methodists. And I've been serving the congregation since June of 2021. I arrived just in time to go through the evacuations and the disaster recovery for the Caldor fire. Having last served a church in Austin, I had a lot to learn about wildfires. So I serve on the Caldor Fire Long-Term Recovery Committee, and I also serve with Supervisor Thomas on the EDOK El Dorado Opportunity Knox. And I'm very grateful for all your support for the fire survivors, as well as for our neighbors that are experiencing homelessness. So thank you very much for supporting all the volunteer work that we do. So shall we pray together? Holy One, we give you thanks and praise for all you have done for us. You are loving, good, and gracious. Thank you for creating us and sustaining us day by day. Thank you that for making all of us in your image to exist in community with others. We thank you for our county. Thank you for our board of supervisors, our businesses, churches, schools, families, and individuals that make it the great place that it is. God, we acknowledge that we are not always good stewards of all of these good gifts. We sometimes do things we should not do, and we don't do the things we should do. We have not loved you with our whole heart, and we have not always loved our neighbors as ourselves. We humbly ask to be forgiven and come to this day with a refreshed commitment to better serve you and the people we have all been called to serve. Creator, we thank you for these civil servants, those who work on our behalf. I pray that they are able to acknowledge this calling and perform it faithfully. Grant that they would never neglect or abuse their authority, but they would stand firm for truth and for justice for all of your children, leaving none behind. Keep them safe from harm as they serve our community. I pray for this meeting today. Give all wisdom and guidance as we deliberate on the items before us. May every decision be righteous in your sight for our benefit and for your glory. And the name that all of it is holy. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Supervisor Turnbull, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now move on to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. And before I ask my colleagues, I would like to note that unfortunately we need to continue item 26 off calendar. There were some last minute changes from the committee that they need to take back to the committee. So then when they get those tweaked to their presentation, they will come back before us. So item number 26 will be continued off calendar. CAO, do we have any other changes to our agenda?
No, we do not.
All right, excellent. I will start down at my far left. Supervisor Parlin, any changes or comments?
Yeah, on item number 14, out of an abundance of caution, the proximity of the project to my house, I'll recuse myself. It's a consent item.
Excellent. All right. Supervisor Turnbull?
Just going to register no vote on 18.
Supervisor Heidel?
No changes.
Supervisor Lane?
No changes.
All right, and I just have two comments. On item number 10, I'd like to thank Peter Wolf for accepting the appointment to the Veterans Commission in representing District 3. And also would like to recognize Kurt Raffetto for his outstanding and long service to the residents on this commission. He's done an admirable job. I would also like to recognize the crop report that's in today's agenda. It's item number 12. If you haven't read it, it's a beautiful publication. It's succinct and it lets you know the value of our agriculture. And we always say agriculture is our culture here in El Dorado County. And it also helps highlight how vulnerable it is to all of our emergencies that we're having. Just a small, what really struck out to me is that, you know, our apple values are one of our highest valued crops. And last year, our apple crop decreased by 83% because of freezes and mainly because of the freeze.
Yep.
And so just encourage you to read our crop report. It's fascinating. And our ag is worth $48.8 million to El Dorado County, our gross crop value. So it's impressive. Yes. All right, Kim, let's go ahead and take public comment on the consent calendar. Number 26.
Yes. Continued
Yes,
off
Yes, I
calendar.
did. That was the first thing I did. Yes, thank you.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
We do ask that you let us know which item you are commenting on. Good morning.
I will. Thank you.
I know you will.
Item 12. Thank you so much for bringing that up. I've been here in the past when we've actually had a quack report given to the public, usually part of our general meeting. And in this case, you've kind of reflected on the content. From a homeowner's perspective, I have about 15 trees and I noted the same reduction that we all saw in our county. Plums were almost non-existent this year for me. Did get peaches and I got a lot of apples. So apples have bounced right back. And I think that would be reflective of next year's crop report. The only other thing I wanted to ask you was I was going to speak on 26. Should I wait till 10 o'clock? Then will it be called? Because it seems like it's on the agenda. Typically, we would call the item, even though we're going to continue it. People might be coming. And I just wanted to ask you.
Generally Not, you can go ahead and comment now.
Okay, so I'll comment now on 26. Volunteerism is critically important to our county. And when you have vacancies in some of the committees, which are obviously very important to us, this one, since I live in District 3, is important to me. And as you know, I've participated over the years in attending it, never was on the committee, but I knew, and I still know people that are on the committee. My next door neighbor, immediately next door, can't come out without seeing them sometimes, Meredith. She's wonderful and she's taken on more responsibility each year. And so I believe she's vice chair now. So in that regard, I just wanted to say that they've always done a very good job in terms of keeping an eye on us. They're not like the Area Plan Advisory Committee in the regards of being more detailed to project specific things. But at the same time, they take a more broad perspective of what's happening in our community. In this case, it's Diamond Springs and El Dorado, the town of El Dorado. So I just wanted to emphasize that their importance, and I'll be looking forward to when they come back and do their report. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Good morning.
So before starting the timer, point of order, I would ask whether or not the board would be willing to pull number 18, It's pretty much a given that the board's going to approve that, but I need to ask a lot of questions on that item. And I would like the board to be able to be engaged to maybe make some requirements on the approval that you're going to give to the extension of the contract. So I think it would be appropriate to pull off the consent for engagement. So if the chair is not willing to pull it, I ask if one of our other supervisors could pull it for the public's best interest. And then I also ask on that, because you can't answer me till I'm done and then you're going to say boom. If I can have 5 minutes for that item, and I know the board has to vote on that because I'd like to represent Save Our County Joint Coalition on the comments that I have for that item.
Well, I can answer that one. There's only 3 minutes. We no longer do 5 minutes.
Well, there's a policy that you
There-
can vote on.
3
that.
minutes for public comment. We've been standard on that for the last 2 years. That's our protocol now. Is there any board member that wishes to pull item 18?
I mean, I guess we can, I guess I voted no. I guess we could pull it for discussion.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
we will pull item 18 for discussion. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments on the consent calendar? All right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, great. We'll bring this back for adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. So Kim, can you read this item into the record, please?
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Parlin will recuse herself from item number 14 and pull item 18 for discussion. Also continue item 26 off calendar.
Perfect, thank you. So is there a motion?
Move.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Excellent. All right, let's move on to now item 18 that has been pulled off our consent calendar.
Madam Chair, before we move
Yes.
forward with that, I do not see planning and building in,
Oh.
and I have texted the director, and here comes Rob.
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Boy,
Oh my
that
I
was
goodness.
stalled just long enough.
Thank you.
That was quick, Rob.
Sorry about that, Rob. Thank you.
There you go. Let him catch his breath.
Item 18 comes from Planning and Building Planning Division, recommending the board consider the following. 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign an amendment to an agreement with ICF Jones and Stokes for the provision of preparing environmental documents and planning consultation services for the proposed Lime Rock Valley specific plan, extending the term of agreement by 2 years. And 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign an amendment to the agreement with ICF Jones and Stokes for the provision of preparing environmental documents and planning consultant services for the proposed Village of Marble Valley specific plan, extending the term of the agreement by 2 years.
So Supervisor Turnbull,
Yeah,
you
just
pulled
wanna-
this item.
Yeah, Rob, can you go ahead and speak on this item? And then I'll ask the questions as you're done, okay?
And you can just give us a brief
Yeah, brief
overview. You don't need to.
Yeah, sure. So Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So this item is to extend an existing contract through the county for the projects of, so it's 2 different contracts for 2 separate projects, one being Village of Marble Valley and one being Lime Rock. These are projects that have been on the books for some time. Similarly to how we discussed Central El Dorado Hills last, or maybe it was last meeting or the meeting before. So this request is simply to extend the amount of time. Those projects are being moved forward in this upcoming year. They're working on some of the materials to update or intend to work on some of the materials to update the administrative draft EIR. So that process will be moving forward. That is required in order for that project to move forward through the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. And so this request is simply to extend the time to continue to work on those 2 projects through the contracts that are already existing.
Thanks, Rob. For me, it's just a kind of a conflict of interest, and this is what really kind of bothers me, because we use the same outfit, you know, that we use, the county, and the developers use the same, you know, they use the same person that does this, the consultant. And it kind of bothers me a little bit. And I brought it up the last meeting, it was. And to me, it just seems, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I just feel that there's kind of a conflict of interest there.
Well, to be clear, the contract is between the county and this consultant.
Uh-huh.
And the pass-through or the payment of the fees is by the applicant. So this isn't a contract between them. This is a contract between the county and to prepare this document, because technically, like we spoke about before, ultimately, should that document be approved by the Board of Supervisors, it is the county's document. And so in this instance, it's not the applicant and the consultant contracting outside of the county. This is through the county. And so as an example, all the communications go through the county to the consultant and then back. And so we're sort of the controller of that communication, but
Yeah, it just seems odd to me that they're using the same consultant as we're using the same consultant.
well, I
And
think.
and it really kind of bothers me a little bit. Is there any other consultant that could actually work with the county or not?
So we have several on-call contracts with consultants. We do a request for qualifications every, I think, 2 years, where we identify and have consultants submit to the county for, being able to work for the county. And then that's that qualified consultant list. So generally, our on-call contracts are taken from that list, as well as, those are preferred consultants to work with the county. Now, these have been in place for a long time. So this group of consultants for the county and the applicant on this project have been in place. It's not a newer thing, but certainly there's no conflict from my perspective on a consultant working through the county's contract with a consultant that we've authorized to work on that.
All right.
That's Addison.
Can I take that one step further? Rob, would you explain how the county planning goes about selecting the consultant for a given project? Because I think you rotate things around periodically. And as you mentioned, these are pretty old established contracts.
We've done it in a couple ways. So there can be a project-specific contract is what you're looking at today, right? These are only for those projects. And then we have on-call contracts where we set up a consultant to work, and we have 3 or 4 of them right now, where we can authorize work orders or task orders off of those on-call contracts for projects as well. So either way, they're kind of contracting with the county, but the difference is that the not to exceed amount of the other contract and the task orders can be for a project, whereas this has to come back to the board because it is a project specific contract. And so there's a little bit, I would say, you may not see all of the work orders that are issued under those on-call contracts, but you'll see the on-call contract at the board. But for these projects that have been in place, particularly Lime Rock, Marble Valley Central, those I think, they have continued to have project-specific contracts with this consultant to work on those environmental documents.
Yeah, so the consultant has been working with all
Just,
these.
excuse me, Supervisor Turner. John, is that?
Yes,
that
that's.
Satisfy
yeah,
your,
yeah.
okay, before any other comments on this item? No. All right,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay,
I
Go
had-
ahead,
I
Lori.
pushed my button.
I'm perfect.
in.
Supervisor Parlin.
I'm trying to-
go ahead.
This is very reminiscent of our conversation, was it last week or
Last week.
about the Central El Dorado Hills and the contracts and the environmental and the process and all that. And I'm wondering also, same thing I asked last week, is there a dedicated web page? Because these are significant projects in the county that have been taking decades to work through the process. And is there a dedicated web page for each of these to say where they are, in the process? What are the next steps? FAQs, can the board just say, we don't want to hear this? Because I think if there's a lot of folks in the public, we still get emails often, just say no. It's like, can we do that? I would love that answer in an FAQ so I can point to it. Because, it would be nice if we had somewhere to point folks to the answers. And then as we see the FAQs, if we find there's further questions we'd like answered, we can ask you to, build that up. But it's just these projects that take forever. It's hard to follow them, quite honestly, and what we as a board can and cannot do.
Okay, so this one has sort of been, I'll call it dormant for a while, right? So we haven't been working very closely on it, but it's moving forward now. So we can certainly look at project-specific websites and things like that. I've been reluctant to set that whole thing up because we've been working internally on a mapping program that we're going to roll out, where we're going to folks from the public are going to be able to look at all the projects in their area, be able to click on them, get information. Karen's been working with IT on this solution for a better, more comprehensive interactive map, which would have a lot of the information, but it certainly doesn't preclude us from having a website. And so I will check into that. I got the comment last time for sure, clearly.
I know.
And so it's on the list of things to make sure that we're doing, but certainly those can be integrated as well. But I think there's going to be better information on the planning projects coming forward very soon. And I think it's going to resolve a lot of the what's happening, and we're going to be able to identify milestones, have documents uploaded, have, sort of, so folks can look at any project, they can zoom into their area and look at the surrounding projects. So we're working on that. But certainly I will bring back to the team the same requests and the same comments that we had for the central.
I appreciate that, Rob. And I think that, we just need to be mindful on these projects that are quite large and that do take forever. When we know something's coming onto a board agenda, that's what triggers the public to ask questions. So it'd be nice if we could think ahead a little bit
Understood.
on these things to better prepare everyone. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you for bringing that up. It's an excellent point. And, development is complex and developers have a right to walk through the process, and the public has a right to be engaged throughout the process. And so I think that's a very helpful tool that we have found that has been, a help to everyone in the past.
Well,
So-
and I'll say that staff, much of the staff that was, well, all of the staff that participated in the early parts of this project are no longer with us. So we have a lot of coming up to speed to
Okay.
do as well. I do have a planner assigned to these projects. And so we feel good about that piece of it, and working and starting to come up to speed with the consultants on where we're at and what's left to be done and what that looks like moving forward. And this was one of those things identified that we needed to do as we started working a little bit more intimately on that project.
And thank you, Rob, for sharing some of the complexities with the development process as projects lie dormant and then are reactivated. Some of our internal challenges with staff, no longer being here that was there originally. So that's helpful for us all to keep in mind too. Great, thank you. Supervisor Turnbull, do you have any other?
Yeah, I just
comments?
want to know, Jones and Stokes Incorporated, the consultant, have they been working on these projects even when these projects first came out or started? Is it the same consultants that have been working on them with them for years?
Yes, this contract has been in place for a long time. And I think there might have even been a previous one with that consultant to prepare the environmental document.
I think it says since 2012, the staff
Yeah.
report.
Right.
We-
I just wanted to.
And to be
clarify.
honest, we have other on-call contracts where we're utilizing other consultants to also vet and review materials and do extension of staff to prepare materials. And so I think the county currently has 3 contracts, 2 on-call and this one. So it's not the only consultant working on the project on behalf of the county.
Great, let's move on to public comment then. Kim, let's open this up.
Now taking public comment on item number 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Strings. Since 1979, I worked for El Dorado County to 2012. And in that regard, I consider myself, as I've said many times, a historian of the Board of Supervisors and their past actions. Because I wanted to wait before any details might be discussed in order to keep myself pure in regards to other things that I do for the county. I just wanted to let you know that as staff has said, the way this has been approached is the policies and the procedures of the county. I mean, it's exactly as Rob has talked about. And in that regard, a lot of people don't realize that behind each one of these agenda items is a Legistar system, that the number out to the left, if you go there, you'll get a staff report. It talks about discussion, it talks about background, it talks about what has happened as we link to your action today. And why is that important? It's because some of the questions that we ask or hear people come to the podium to ask are reflected in the staff report, in the background, and discussion. And it also talks about options. It talks about the finances. It talks about things that are pertinent to every item that comes up. And I say a lot of people don't understand how that Legistar system works. Certainly, I appreciate Supervisor Parlin's comment. When I saw this item, I immediately tried to find things, and it wasn't easy. I mean, it took me pretty much a couple of hours in order to put together kind of general information which would help anyone and understand staff's response. And that's true. There's a bigger, better system coming that when we get that implemented, we will be better in terms of response to the individual supervisors and in terms of having information. So I just wanted to do a more positive perspective about what is happening. And I respect Supervisor Turnbow's noting his vote and pulling it off just to be able to broaden out our understanding of the item. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Welcome back.
So I've cut some out trying to, there's really a lot of pertinent stuff I can't share, but, and I'm sorry I couldn't get this to you sooner, but they've had since 2012, $1.5 million, and I've had 3 days. So if I didn't get something to you ahead of time, I'm sorry, but I had lots of examples of, that I asked the staff to go back and correct some of the history of the project for transparency. I had lots of examples, but I don't have time to go through them. But in January of 2012, PMC was actually the contractor for this project. And I have the first item in the history talks about, this is for IACF, but that item was actually regarding PMC when they took it from Dixon Ranch over to these projects. So that's just took me hours just to know that first thing. So anyway, so questions, PMC changed their name to Michael Baker International. Are they still involved with these projects? The proposal of the village of Marble Valley is the same location of the Marble Valley Master Plan, which was approved in 1996 and consisted of 396 single-family lots, a cultural center, and a school. What happened to that approval? Did it expire or was it extended? The Valley View Specific Plan EIR was approved based on approval of the Marble Valley Master Plan adjacent to the Valley View Specific Plan. If Marble Valley is increased from 398 single-family lots up to 3,235 dwelling units, plus shopping centers, parks, agritourism, 2 schools, and more public facilities, how does that impact the Valley View Specific Plan and their assumptions? The contracts include transparency with the community. Has anything taken place regarding that requirement? Has there been any public outreach for these projects? Has anything been distributed to other outside agencies? If so, where can the public access any of the work that has been done since 2012? We ask that this board asks the requirement for interactions to take place with the public and also for the work being done to be more transparent and easier to access. Much of what took place was Sandstino. Because of the interactions with the public on that project early on, the developer came to the conclusion the massive project size of the project was not realistic to the issues with the property, saving future time and money for all. I think this developer would most likely come to the same conclusion given the limitations on this land. And speaking to limitations, this area is designated for rural regions. And I can't give you the description, but basically what's a rural region allow? Minimum of 5 and 10 acres. And on the rural residential, it's 10 to 160 acres. All of Lime Rock is rural residential. So why do we keep continuing? I appreciate that the staff added the background. This action today does not promote this specific plan or provide approval of any aspect. The developer is very aware that he can spend as much as he wants on this project, but the county is under no zippo obligation to grant said developer any of these entitlements.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate your
And
comments.
it's very obvious
Thank you.
how on the massive project
Thank you
of
for your
this county,
Sue,
how
Sue, comments are done.
much
If-
you are
Comment, Sue,
coercing this.
if you can, Sue, if you can submit your written questions, we'll certainly get back to you on that. It's beyond the scope of what's being proposed today, but we encourage you to send us your email and we can get answers to that. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item number 18? All right, let's go online, please.
Now taking public comment from online. Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning.
Good morning, all. I would like to say that it's a little frustrating. I wish there was a methodology where people like myself and others, I would much rather defer to Sue Taylor, who is so much more knowledgeable about all of this than myself, but and does represent myself in the groups she referenced herself as representing. I'm just representing myself as a citizen today. This project, it's gone on forever, and I'm just curious, how many extensions do we allow? But going back to George Turnbull, thank you very much for your consideration of what is a conflict of interest. In my opinion, as a contractor, and anybody really entering a contract, whether it's divorce, anything, you don't want the same party representing you. There's going to be a conflict of interest, and I really am skeptical, and I'm going to use the word suspicious if we are using dual consulting firms that have an interest of both parties. But let's face it, in the end, you represent the party that's paying you. And you've made it very clear that the developer is paying for these services, though they are being contracted by El Dorado County, which in itself to me seems a little strange. It makes me feel uncomfortable, like there's maybe some uncomfortable money exchanging, or are they getting a discount on something? How is that being reimbursed? Is it an actual physical check? How are we making sure that it's representing the interest of the county and the citizens affected by a project versus continuing a environmental review that is going to fall in benefit of a developer who also is a very, I'm sure, large client of theirs? So you mentioned, Rob mentioned many other contractors. I just really wish that if we have to do our own independent environmental review, that's fine, we do it. But I still am really confused on this joint effort of the money circulation back and forth, and we hire for them and they pay us back. It just feels kind of icky to me. So I really hope that in the future, I'm sure you guys are going to pass this, as Sue eloquently said, but in the future, I think we really have to consider an appropriate role in acting as middleman, I guess, is kind of what we're doing, and being able to make sure there's no bias, because it definitely feels like there could be the potential for a bias and a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning. 525, also known as Leo Bennett Cochon, Pollock Pines. First, I would like to thank both the chair and Supervisor Turnbow for a very good process in terms of using, I know you're going to review it, but your current steps to actually allow for this conversation. I kind of knew it was going to come up, so that's one suggestion, is perhaps there could be a way, as has been stated before, if you know a supervisor or a member of the public is going to need this time, that you get that input and adjust your agenda accordingly. But thank you so much for being nimble and allowing the conversation. And then piggybacking on the great comments that I've heard from both staff and public, this is a complex process. Everybody has a variety of different rights and expectations. I feel you're doing the best you can, but I hope at some point, just like you're having guidance to staff to bring back the consent agenda and have a policy on it, as well as for proclamations and other aspects of good governance, that you consider this very complex issue in terms of development. From a public perspective, development is so critical in terms of long-term quality of life. The vast majority of government entities that I'm familiar with end up outmaneuvered based on the complexity and long timelines by the economic interests of the developers. And trying to balance that with what you're trying to achieve in your strategic plan, as well as being transparent to the public and capturing the added value that folks like Sue Taylor, who spends so much time making sense of this for the public, is a challenge for you as our elected policy makers. So thank you for the job you're doing, and I await, hopefully, a continued improvement in terms of your process. Thanks for taking my comment.
Thank you so much.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. And I know there were a lot of questions here in public comment. Want to just note that the item before us is just to extend this contract for 2 years. It's not to get into the nitty gritty details of the project. So like I said, encourage you to submit those questions and then we can, get those answered to you. But today is not the day to do that because that's not the item before us. And the extension of time is simply to address changes in CEQA guidelines, especially regarding wildfire and climate change. Those are new requirements that the applicant needs to address. So any other discussion or
This is just a
motion?
quick one. Land Use Navigators is offering a subdivision map act class starting on October 27th. It's a one-day virtual class. So for people who would really like to understand the state of California's requirements for subdivisions, that would be a great place to start if you haven't. So if anybody would like to receive a copy of that, my office can forward it to them and they can sign up and become more knowledgeable of how that subdivision map act really works.
All right, thank you for that. All right, we need to move on to our 9 a.m. pretty soon. So is there a motion?
Oh, sorry, I was wondering what was going on over here. Sorry, distracted.
No problem.
I'll move to approve the item.
I'll second.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, motion carries 4-1. All right, thank you. Let's move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation, which is an exciting presentation. Kim, can you read the item?
Item number 25 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board receive an update from the arts and culture of El Dorado.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to have Arts and Culture El Dorado here with us this morning.
Kim's intro was short. I was not prepared for that. Like, I guess that's all it says.
Do you have some comments before we?
Just wanted to throw out there that about a month or so ago, Terry Lamonchek, I got it right, from Arts and Culture El Dorado reached out and asked if I would bring a board item because our poet laureate this year is from Georgetown, which is in my district, and we have not had the pleasure of meeting. So I'm excited about this opportunity. And Terry, I think, was going to give a brief, just a brief intro about Arts and Culture El Dorado, and then let our new poet laureate have a few minutes also, and then photo op if we could afterward.
Great. Well, thank you for bringing this board item forward. Excellent. Welcome, Terry. Glad to have you here.
Thank you. Good morning. And thank you, Supervisor Parlin, for allowing this item to come forward. Because of your support, we are able to offer on a 2-year basis our Poet Laureate program. We've been doing this since 2016. And we're very proud that Stephen Meadows is our 4th Poet Laureate. Poet Laureate programs occur really all across the country's many counties in California. I think it's 31 counties in California have a Poet Laureate. Every state has a Poet Laureate, and of course there's a United States Poet Laureate. So we're very happy to be part of that poetry family tree, if you will. And the Poet Laureate brings his or her own personal engagement with the world to the post. Ours is a 2-year post, and just is able to tell the story of who we are and where we are and what's happening in our world in the unique voice of poetry. So we will be brief up here this morning, but I'm so happy to introduce both my colleague Jordan Hyatt Miller, who's our program coordinator, oversees our Poet Laureate program, and of course Stephen Meadows. Stephen has deep roots in California, and I'm going to let him take it from here.
Wonderful.
Stephen.
Well, welcome, Stephen. We're just delighted to meet you and welcome you to the board.
Well, thank you very much. I'm, as she said, deeply Californian. I've got on the my mom's side of the family, they came out and were in the gold rush, and on my dad's side of the family, part of Ohlone Indian from the coast in Carmel Valley. So that goes back to on the white side 1837, and on the side a lot further. So I'm a bit nervous today, but I don't need to be. I'm just very, very honored to be occupying this position. I've been writing poetry for over half a century, and I'm delighted to be representing El Dorado County. Thank you.
We're
very
delighted to
much.
have you represent El Dorado County.
Thank you.
Would you like to share any of your poetry with us?
I would.
We would
Yeah.
love to hear an
Please.
example
Oh,
of your work and
Oh,
your
well, thank you.
artistry.
I've just got one here that's prepared. And it's a rainy day, so on the road before rain. Over towards Coquille, I watch the rain come, the bruise of it softening the jagged logged ridge. From this barn roof, banging down the wide nails a foot at a time, no one sees cleaner the quick track of this storm, chasing the blue stone road upriver to the peaks. The farmhouse away near the creek, now swallowed by weather, its chimney smoke scattered in the moments just before the first cold waves of mist bury the barn.
How
That's
appropriate.
beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Thank you
Very
much.
nice.
And
Very nice.
poetry is so impactful, is it as your eloquent words pose an imagery, it allows all of us as the audible participants to bring our own experience and invites us into that scene that you're creating. And that just evokes just deep feelings. So poetry just really touches the soul in a really unique way. And that was just beautiful.
Well, thank you very much. I'm deeply honored to be here. Thank you.
How do you bring inspiration to writing? What's your process, if I might ask?
I've got my eyes open all the time, and I'm always listening to, a lot of my work is very naturalist in nature, but I a lot of times bounce it off of the human condition as well. I think that it's kind of the music of words, and it's really something that I came upon very early, and Robinson Jeffers over on the coast, and Robert Frost, and people like that. Lucille Clifton was another influence. But people who were able to bring the outside in, if you will, and allow us to really experience what we live our lives in. So
Oh, I love that. Well, both your Native American roots and your Gold Rush roots make you well suited to represent us and in this post. So just delighted to meet you and welcome you.
thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for that. And also I got deep roots too, because our family goes back to 1838 here. So one of the things is we have on our newsletter, we're getting input from the public and stuff, and then we post good, positive things on our newsletter. So please reach out to my office and stuff and some of your poems, and we will share that with others.
We all will.
Yeah,
That's a great
we all
idea.
will, which would
Oh,
really
well,
be
thank
good.
you.
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Yeah,
I will
Excellent.
definitely do that.
okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other comments?
No, I'm waiting for public
Okay.
comment and then we'll kind of
Excellent.
wrap it
I
up.
got too excited.
I am.
That's pretty cool.
It's very
It's
nice.
very nice.
Excellent. Well,
Very
thank
good.
you so much. And we're going to, you can go ahead and have a seat at this point, and then we'll have public comment on this
Thank you again.
presentation.
I will just say that we will also keep you all posted on all the events that Stephen will be doing over
Excellent.
his term, and make sure that you know. So thank you.
Excellent.
And
Very
then
Very good.
photo op after public comment.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that
Yeah,
after
perfect.
Yeah,
when we
definitely.
finish this item. really
Excellent.
quick. Yeah.
Thank
thanks,
you, Terry, Jordan. Appreciate
No, that's
you being here.
fantastic.
All right, Kim, let's take
Now
public
taking
comment.
public comment on item number 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Morning.
Chris Payne, I'm going to represent myself as the Vice President El Dorado Gold 1848 at 515 Main Street, which is right next door to Art and Culture El Dorado, which is at 525 Main Street. We have our banners up on our buildings now. Everybody can find where we are. But what I want to say specifically about this is that was wonderful. And I'm so glad you didn't let him walk away from the podium without speaking.
Not a chance.
Because-
Not a chance.
Because
Oh,
being,
yes.
being here today and listening to his words and recognizing that naturalist tie makes me have a better day just
Oh,
because I've been here.
lovely.
In terms of what you may do to promote him, I'm sure Art and Culture El Dorado's website, which Terry knows is very extensive, that's one place to be able to go and see the programs that are being offered. At the same time, your newsletters respectively, and the fact that I'd love to hear or see his bio, because I was thinking this would be something, the El Dorado County Historical Society has what's called the Tailings. And that's our newsletter for the Historical Society. And so we publish that every 2 months. And certainly an article about him and his ideas, and maybe even a place for one of his poems that kind of reflects his background and his interest, being from Georgetown, obviously District 4. So I just wanted to comment on this only because I'm certainly a fan now. Thank you very much.
Public comments. Thank you, Chris. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Hi again, Lyle Bennett Cochon. Piggybacking on Chris, I thank you for everybody that's involved. My day feels better. This is a great example of the collaboration between a local nonprofit and our county. There's way too much hate flooding the world right now, and that creates a lot of division. And I love Supervisor Turnbow's emphasis on increasing the positive, and certainly agree with our poet laureate about how poetry is music and words, and our chair in terms of how it touches the soul. Unfortunately, from my perspective, the practice and customs of the invocations, most of which are coming from the traditions that are being so overwhelmed by manifestations of hate right now, is a source of division, better or worse. I always try to look for some common ground. I'm getting there. I appreciate that. I'm looking for common ground, and I think poetry is one of those. And I would encourage you, as you're looking at all the positive ways of using poetry, to consider occasionally having poetry as your invocation, bringing in another tradition rather than your practice in terms of the religious piece. I think poetry can touch all of us, help bring us together, give us big, better days as today. I apologize if I didn't connect it quick enough for tying it into this comment, but that's what I wanted to share, is taking a look at using poetry to help bind us all together. Thank you again for taking my comment.
All right, thank you so much. That was a nice thought.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board, and Supervisor Parlin, thank you for bringing this board item.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. And to Chris's point, we did attach the press release announcing the poet laureate. We did attach it to Legistar, so that's on there. And it also includes a link straight to the website. So thank you. And Mr. Meadows, I look forward to following you around. I know you've already done, I think, a couple events. I think I saw at the library and all that. So I try to keep tabs on what's going on with the Divide, but it's a big place. So if there's anything you ever want me to attend with you on the Divide in my district, let me know. I'd be happy to be there. And then we'll get the photo from today to everyone to share in their newsletters, and you can grab the press release too if you'd like with it.
That'd be
So,
lovely.
so thank you for that. I really appreciate you guys being here today.
Thank you
And
so much.
did anybody else want to?
Supervisor Parlin, or Supervisor Heidel.
Mr. Meadows, congratulations on your appointment. Really looking forward to reading a lot of your poetry and getting more familiar with it. I would just encourage you to try to visit all of our county libraries, the hubs, if you would, and make sure that, we have proper announcements and that sort of thing, because I think you're really going to inspire a lot of our youth as well as our adults with your poetry. And I think that's important, particularly poetry that talks to the history of California and the indigenous tribes and the Indians and, what happened during the gold rush days. Those kinds of things I think are tying the history together are obviously a big part of what people want to understand who live in El Dorado County. A lot of other things as well, but that's a particular interest of mine, I know, and a lot of other people. So thank you.
Excellent. That's an excellent comment. So is there any board action that's required on this? Just receiving?
I think it's just a receive and file,
Okay,
correct?
great. So then do you
Yeah.
want to go ahead and do your
Yeah,
photo
let's
op
do
thing?
that. Do you guys want to all
Wonderful.
come down since it's a
Well, sure,
countywide
that would be
thing?
lovely.
That'd be nice.
Thank you, Carla, for being here to take a picture.
May I just make one comment about what Supervisor Hydal was mentioning about visiting the libraries? Is that allowed?
Of course.
We have in place our program called the Laureate Trail, which does visit every library, all 6 libraries in El Dorado County. So that's already in place.
Well, that's wonderful.
There you go.
Excellent.
We're on a trail. You're in the middle, because you're the guest of honor. And then we'll squeeze in.
Over there.
Okay.
Well done.
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice. Very nice. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. So appreciate it. I look forward to it. Very exciting.
Look forward to seeing you next week.
Share some of his poem, make him famous,
Yeah.
right? Never know.
Well, that was a wonderful way to start the day. Thank you so much, Supervisor Parlin.
Yes.
Okay.
We do have a little business to do today.
I know there's a vast agenda here before us. I don't know what to do with myself. All right, Kim, let's take item number 23, please.
Item number 23 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Procurement and Contracts Division, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing active service contracts that exceeded the purchasing agent's authority in the year the contracts were executed as a result of a minor calculation error.
Good morning, Laura.
Good morning, Laura Schwartz, Assistant CAO. So it's never fun to bring a mistake to your board, but as I always tell my staff, when we do discover one, we own it, we fix it, and we figure out a way to change our process so it doesn't happen again. So back in 2008, the county basically, government code allows the county to set a purchasing agent authority amount. And that's basically for contracts that the purchasing agent can approve without those contracts coming to the board for approval. So back in 2008, that was set at $50,000, and government code allows us to increase that authority based on the CPI annually. Well, unfortunately, this last year, we did an audit going all the way back to 2008. We discovered somehow in 2009 that an error was made and the authority was increased too much. So back in July of this year, we went ahead and took the authority down to where it should have been. It was a small error back in 2009. It was less than $3,000, but obviously that compounded over time. So we were up to about $8,000. So we did correct it in July. So we are now back in compliance with that ordinance. And what's before you today is basically just, we went back 3 years because anything over 3 years, that automatically requires board approval. So if there's two components, there's a dollar amount, there's also a term. So basically anything over more than 3 years, your board has already seen. So we went back 3 years, and what's before you today is basically a list of all of those contracts that kind of exceeded that authority. I have gone back and checked. While they exceeded the authority, we actually have not spent over the authority. So that's kind of just a little nuance there. But a lot of those contracts are on call as needed contracts. Some of them we actually haven't even spent anything. They're still the full dollar amount. So this is just kind of a procedural item for you today. As I said, we do have controls in place now where we are double checking this every year. It's going through a process to make sure that we don't have this happen again.
Laura, I have to commend you. You know, it takes a lot to, come up here and admit a mistake. But I really think that's a really good thing because it shows that our process works, that we review, we audit our work. Sometimes you find things, we're human. And it also shows our transparency as well as our accountability.
Yes.
And I think that's really important for our taxpayers to understand and to see. So I commend you for bringing this forward. And, we didn't spend over the authority, even though you had the ability to do that, didn't. So just thank you for bringing this forward, correcting it, and we're moving forward. So
Thank you.
much commend you for that.
Yeah,
Any
well
other
said,
board?
Chair.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Thank
agreed.
you, Laura.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's
Thank you,
take
Laura.
public comment on this, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom like to speak on this item? All right, let's move online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning.
Good morning. Boy, I wish when I make a calculation error, I could correct it. That doesn't work that way in private construction contracts. I guess my only question, I am looking at the suggested list. I don't have time between now and now to calculate, but do we know the total that is having to be readjusted? I see all the readjustments, but in the Excel sheet, but I don't see a final total of what the adjustment amounts come to. I see we have about 129 individual contracts out there that go mostly all over the place through 24, some as far as 26. And my questions with the ones that are longer, 25, 26, what happens if price adjustments exceed that amount again? I guess is my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, the list of the corrections is in Legistar. So the question on what happens if price adjustments happen going forward?
These are a not to exceed amount. So even if there's some sort of price adjustment, we still cannot exceed that dollar amount that's
Okay.
within the contract. So
All right, thank you for clarifying. All right, it'll bring us
Thank you,
back to the board for any further discussion. Do I hear a motion?
I'm going to move staff's recommendation on approval of the resolution.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you so
Thank
much,
you, Laura.
Laura.
Thanks,
Okay.
Laura.
Item number 24, Kim.
Item number 24 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board appoint a member and an alternate to the California State Association of Counties for 2024. So the reason why this is being brought ahead of typically our January appointments is CSAC actually asks us to nominate early. So it affects how the executive committee at their annual conference. So currently Supervisor Heidel is our primary member.
And the alternate is Supervisor
Lane.
Lane. Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Mhm.
All right, so what is the board's will on this?
I think we just leave it as it is.
Our Supervisor.
I'm
Heidel
willing
and
to
Lane
continue to serve in that
continue?
capacity, but if Supervisor Lane would like to step into the primary role, I'm willing to take the alternate or move it around, whatever. So.
Well, and I really dislike that CSAC makes us do this early. It's
a little
outside of all the
challenging.
others.
especially when elections are-
But so we're thinking
Yeah.
ahead about next year, which then leads to the following year. So I'm trying to, do some thinking ahead, and we did this not too long ago with transitioning supervisors. So Supervisor Heidel, next year is your last year in office. You're gonna be terming out.
Yep.
That's our charter. And so what I'm trying to understand is that Supervisor Lane, are you thinking of perhaps stepping in? We don't know who's gonna be on the board, but in the following year, so that would be 2025, are you considering stepping into the CSAC position since you're the alternate? Do you think you'll want to do that by then?
Yeah, I think that's where I have a firm interest, and I know you do a great job, and Supervisor Thomas representing us on the rural counties. That's kind of your
Right.
little niche. So I thought this was probably a good path to pursue.
So, as next year goes on towards the end of the year or something, definitely want to start stepping into the meetings, going with Supervisor Heidel and
Right.
trying to do some transitioning because I don't know if you've been to any of the regular CSAC meetings or not, but they're a whole nother world. And
Well,
they-
and they're very similar to the League of California Cities,
Yes.
which
Yes.
Supervisor Thomas and I have both had years of experience with. They're
Yeah.
similar.
Yeah.
So I kind of understand the structure, but I think having, the
Similar but
leadership of
different.
Supervisor
Yeah.
Heidel for that transition
Yeah.
is probably a good idea.
And
Perfect.
and if there is a meeting which I can attend, I'll make sure that that as much in advance as possible. And that would give you a chance to get introduced to the group and attend one of the meetings down in Sacramento if you choose. And that's a good way to segue in as well.
Yeah, and do they put their calendar out ahead also, right?
It's not a full year, but it's typically about 6 months, as I recall.
Okay, so maybe for sure the last half of 2024.
right.
Start just blocking those on your calendar and as, trying to transition. There's nothing perfect about the changes on the board, but the more that we can do to prepare for it, the better. It's hard.
Yeah,
I
you
must
got it.
say.
I'm happy to do that. And the new Supervisors Institute that
Yes.
the county supported me in participating in is deeply rooted into CSAC. So I have a pretty good understanding of what's going on, but I'd
Yeah.
be happy to start that transition latter part of
Right.
next year.
And the meetings are held on Zoom as well. So you can
Yeah.
dial into
Which is
those
great.
and just listen to what's going on casually and that sort of thing towards the
Well,
end
and
of the year.
if you're the voting member and you want to zoom in, you
Mhm.
just have to Brown Act, make sure they get
Public
the-
location.
Right.
Yeah, the public location ahead and
Got it.
which all of our committees seem to be figuring that out. It took us a while to transition to that, but yeah, everybody's doing it pretty well. So, perfect.
Good.
Very good.
Yeah.
Appreciate that you've been building relationships down there, especially following the new Supervisors Institute. And there's that going to be continued legacy, because as we have found, it is so helpful for each of us to kind of find our niche and to plug into those more regional boards and representing our county and build those relationships long-term, rather than switching appointments every year on those
Mhm.
larger
Yeah.
seats. So that's just been so helpful.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, Kim, let's take public comment on this.
Now, taking public comment on item number 24, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom? All right, let's move online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
I'll bring this back to the board for action.
So I made a motion, leave it alone with Idle and.
Idle is represented to CSAC and
right.
Supervisor
As
Lane
the
is the
alternate,
alternate.
yeah.
I will second that.
Okay.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, and just thank you both for your willingness to serve. CSAC's an important organization.
Yeah, their annual meeting's in Oakland this year, so that's going to be a real thrill.
Actually, it works to take Amtrak down there. I took Amtrak down there to a meeting in Oakland. That was
So look into that.
It actually
That's
worked
actually-
really well.
That's a good
Actually
point.
worked Really,
And it's
really well.
reasonable too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. It was kind of
Very
fun.
reasonable.
So,
Very good.
my goodness, are we done with our morning board out?
Yeah, we have a 3-hour lunch.
Kind of Sora.
All right, shall we go to closed session? Let's do that for, well, we certainly have time now.
Yep.
So the board will now recess into closed session to hear item 22 is specified on the agenda. And so anyone who wishes to provide comments at this time may do so. So Kim, can you open public?
It's actually
comment?
item 30.
Item 30, yes. And the
Oh.
addendum, yeah.
I didn't change that on my protocol sheet. Sorry about item number 30.
Now taking public comment on closed session item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing any?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you. So we will recess into closed session and then we'll be back at 1 o'clock for our open forum. So thank you for being with us this morning and we'll see you this afternoon. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back and thank you for being with us today. All right, so we are now on the 1 p.m. time allocation for open forum. And so please note that the Board of Supervisors meetings are a limited public forum to discuss matters of county business that are within the county's subject matter jurisdiction. Accordingly, this will serve as a first warning that comments that are unrelated to a matter not within this board's subject matter jurisdiction or that are unduly repetitious are disruptive in that they interfere with the board's ability to conduct its business. It also interferes with other speakers' ability to provide comments. If a speaker makes such off-topic or unduly repetitious comments, I will request that the speaker conform their comments to these rules. Should the speaker fail to do so, I will then move on to the next speaker. So Kim, can you please open public forum? Oh, County Council, was a report out from closed session?
There is no action report.
All right, perfect. I was going to do that at the end of the day, but this is now's good. No, not at all. Thank you for that.
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that would like to provide any public comments? Come on down. Yeah, well, good afternoon.
Sure.
So we can hear you.
You can hear it.
Yeah,
Okay.
loud and clear.
My name's Hank Crizzle. I was here about 4 years ago at the request of John Heidel to make a presentation to this board about homeowners insurance. I'm a resident, or was a resident of Garden Valley for 32 years on 11 acres. We're paying an average of about $1,600 a year for homeowners insurance until about 6 years ago, when all this fire stuff started happening, and it went from $1,600 to $6,000 to $8,000, and last year $11,000 and going up. And I just heard that the fair plan, or as George likes to call it, the unfair plan, is considering a rate increase of 23% roughly. So there's nothing fair about this. It's horrible. It was horrible 4 years ago, and it sounds like it's a catastrophe at this point. 2 weeks ago, I was here and I was listening to the woman from the insurance commissioner say, here's what the commissioner is doing, and 24/7 he's spending thinking about this problem, what he's going to do about it. Well, I read all the materials that she brought and the 10 points that she suggested we review. And it's all garbage. None of this is going to work. I called multiple carriers and said, this is where I live. This is my zip code. And before I could even finish talking, they said, we don't write in that area. I could have clear cut my place, taken down every single tree, and they wouldn't write my insurance because I had that address and that zip code. Wouldn't have made a damn bit of difference. I could have hardened the roof, put in dual pane windows, which I had anyway. My property was something out of Architectural Digest. It was absolutely gorgeous. They wouldn't even bother to come out, look at it, do anything. I called the insurance commissioner's office probably a half a dozen times saying, I need help. No one ever, not one time, called me back, never. So I called Lori Parlin and said, I need help, Lori. Can you help me out? Let me check into it. Never heard a word. This is a huge problem for the county, and it's not gotten any better, and it's gotten substantially worse, and something drastic has to happen. Carriers are leaving left and right. There's half a dozen I can name.
30 seconds of the comments.
I just moved to El Dorado Hills Heritage, and I called my carrier, my primary carrier, to give me a quote. He called me back the next day and said, we can't write your policy. Heritage. There's trees that are 2 inches taller than I am, and it's a red zone area, according to AAA. They wouldn't write it. So I called around. I finally got farmers to write it.
Thank you. We feel your pain. Thank you for addressing this
I'm
board and
done.
sharing your concerns. We understand completely and share. Yeah, thank you. Any other public comments? Good afternoon.
Hi, Jim Lemire. I live out in Gold Hill area, and I'm one of the residents that is dealing with the crisis of homeowners insurance, fire insurance, and so forth. And what really brought me here today, and as I was driving in, it doesn't make any difference where you live. We all got skin in the game, and it's a big, big deal for us. Talking to my son-in-law's father, who lives out in, I guess, down there in South 49, Logtown, I think it's called, or something like that. He has the ID water and all that good stuff. But his insurance company informed him that he's going to get $15,000 a year for his insurance. And that was he was already forced into the aftermarket insurance. And now he said, well, the heck, I'm just going to go out and freelance it. And Mr. Turnbow knows about Grizzly Flat and people that had to self-insure and the disaster that that creates afterwards. So my purpose is to say that my insurance went up from $72 to $8,600 in 1 year's time. So it's going up exponentially. And whether you live in South County or Tahoe or wherever you live, we're dealing with it. But the programs that you folks have started, you know, the fire abatement or whatever, wildlands abatement type stuff and all that is important. And I want to encourage you to keep this process going forward because we desperately need it. As individuals, we have very little recourse. And as you heard last week from the State Insurance Commission, they don't have an answer either, other than, well, you can complain to us and we'll complain to the insurance company for you. A lot of fix that's going to do. So we need out of the box thinking and people like you folks to bring people together and let's find solutions. We don't want to be like some of the other communities around us that are just stuck out here. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the boardroom who'd like to speak? All right, Kim, let's move online.
Now taking public comment from our online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My heart breaks for those past two callers. It is, what a mess. I'm going to talk really fast because I have a lot to say. I'm actually commenting on the state of the county. Wendy, thank you for your address. I wasn't able to see it personally, but heard a lot of good things. But I do want to talk about the emphasis on that we are creating paths to attainable housing to counter homeless crisis, which, you know, is really two different issues in my opinion. The homeless really actually get a lot of resources and avenues. I want to talk about the affordable housing element that we keep talking about. And I have to focus on El Dorado Hills because that's all I know. Currently in El Dorado Hills, starting rent for a one-bedroom apartment is $2,200 a month, up to $5,373 a month at the Element Town Center apartment complex. The others range to $4,173 and 4,300. Lake Forest Apartments don't show their range, but they have a one bedroom at $2,300 a month. Housing in El Dorado County, I looked up the average house within Saratoga, Edgewood, and the Promontory starts at $750,000. However, I would say that the range is more close to $950,000 and many to $1 million. Heritage, the 55 and over, does have some starting at $600,000, but we know that's limited to 55 and over. And a lot of times the 55 and over community have already had the advantage of accumulating wealth within their homes that they're moving from. They're coming from the Bay Area, buying those homes in cash. So let's talk about the affordable housing for our teachers whose average salary is $61,000 a year. Our sheriff's department average salary is $75,000 a year. Our El Dorado County staff, not you all, not the big wigs being paid the big bucks, but the average staff, I actually did a whole adding of it, and the average staff makes under $70,000 a year. Well, according to the literature, if you make $70,000 a year, affordable is $1,706 a month. $60,000 a year, that's $1,522. And if you make what's called a moderate income of $91,000, your housing should be around $2,282.50. We approve all of these units in El Dorado Hills that are going to come and bring the same old stuff. I want to know what the affordable is. I want to know where the housing is for my kids and the generations of kids who would like to stay in their hometown of El Dorado Hills and work and enjoy here and be homeowners. We have the opportunity. We can do things like Folsom, where we have deed restricted units with inclusionary housing. We can use 15% allocations of affordable rent. Let's stop having this word. Thank you.
We appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction out here. Yes, home insurance. I look at my informed delivery from the Postal Service, and yes, I've got something from FAIR. I'm sure it will be unfair. It is approaching ridiculousness. I've got a very cleared property compared to my neighbors, and I'm paying the same amount as them. It just doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem right because it isn't right and it isn't fair. There's a lot to be done here. I hope that you can continue your efforts towards the state to get this resolved. Item 2, PG&E is, and I recommend that you watch the Firepower Money specials on Channel 10. I've been following this for some years. PG&E is before the PUC right now to request even higher rates to pay for undergrounding, hardening, etc. I've been experiencing that up here at the Triple Junction. They were along Sly Park Road. And anyway, why are the ratepayers paying for this when PG&E is still paying dividends to their people, quote, making a profit after they filed bankruptcy? What the heck? If there's anything you can do to talk to our good friend Gavin Newsom to get this straightened out, that would be good. And if the board could make a resolution saying that PUC needs to think about the people, not the utilities, that would be great also. Item 3, fallover setbacks for wireless telecommunication facilities. That would be the easiest way to take care of most of the problems with this situation. That's about it for today. But really, this homeowners insurance thing is completely out of hand, and as hard as people are trying to achieve fire safe clearances, it really doesn't seem to matter. And so I almost think that they're not doing it because it's hard work for sure, but also, is it really going to reduce my rate? Don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Leo Benekoshan, Pollock Pines. I've had a lot of interactions, both with the county staff and my elected officials. This is a reflection that I've had nothing but positive with your county staff. and find that they give, such a good example of public service. Probably biased from all my years as a public school teacher. Today, there was one of those examples when your CAO, addressed an error, a mistake, and the process in which it was caught and how it was fixed, and that was rightly affirmed by the entire board. As I'm sure you all know, there's a lot going on both locally and internationally that can be very, very difficult and challenging for many members of your community. And specifically, I know from folks that I can speak to that there's an incredible amount of hurt in the Jewish community. And there were mistakes made when you addressed the hate speech issue. And now, no power to you, but no fault, I should say. You have an international situation building upon that incendiary. And so again, I urge you to copy what the CAO exhibited and try to reflect on the mistakes that were made by our elected official, and then share that in some context with the public. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. Well, the main themes of affordable housing in our county and insurance, something that we are all actively participating in and struggling with. So I did want, on the issue of insurance, I was just recently informed that the Placerville community is now eligible as a FireWise community, and that if you're in the Placerville area, that and on the FAIR plan, the state is mandating discounts of 10 to 15%. So it doesn't help all of El Dorado County, but that is good news for the Placerville community. So kudos to the Fire Safe Council for helping to achieve that. All right, we will now move on to our 1:15 hearing on item number 27. Kim, can you read that into the record?
Of course. Item number 27 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize your chair to sign an ordinance entitled Planning and Building Department Fee Schedule. 2, adopt and authorize your chair to sign a resolution entitled Planning and Building Department Policies and Procedures. And 3, direct staff to establish 2 new special revenue funds for administration of the updated general plan fee and new technology improvement enhancement fee. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
With that, I open the public hearing and welcome Chris and Jennifer to being with us today. Thanks for walking us through this.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, board. Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building. Jennifer Morris, our Senior Administrative Analyst. Next to me, we have a whole host of planning and building staff plus fiscal staff.
Didn't mean to forget them. Glad you're with us too.
Just in case. You'll recall that on August 15th, your board held a workshop on NBS's fee study reports, and your board provided direction to staff on bringing forward an updated fee schedule for consideration, which is what you have before you today. I'm obviously there, when you go through that red line, that exhibit A, there are a number of changes in there that you see in the red line. So obviously wasn't going to walk through every single one of those. We'll let your board kind of pick and choose which ones are raise the most questions, if any. But I will walk through a summary here of kind of the highlights of what we discussed and what we're bringing forward to you. So you'll note that in planning, on the planning division, staff are recommending increasing the hourly rate from $139 to $219. We're asking to convert select fees to a time and materials basis from a flat fee. And this is going to bring us to a 98% cost recovery in planning. And I'll just speed through the divisions. And like I said, we can kind of deep dive in any questions that you guys have. For Tahoe planning, stormwater, and vacation home rentals, which we established last time is a mouthful. We're going to add the stormwater state permit program recovery fees. We're going to increase existing VHR fees. That includes the application fee and the waitlist fee. We're going to asking that you approve the stormwater VHR hourly rates of $190 and add the VHR technology surcharge for cost recovery of 100%. And that surcharge, by the way, is $31 for the HDL software that we discussed last time. For building, we were asking that your board increase the hourly rate from $126 to $144. Update the building fee multiplier, which currently sits at 0.0139. We're asking that it be actually brought down to 0.0130 based on a 5-year average. Also, we're asking that your board update the remaining fees based on NBS's time study for the cost of service, and this would bring us to 100% cost recovery as enumerated in the fee schedule. For code enforcement, staff is asking that your board approve an hourly rate of $107. Add penalty fees, which you'll see show up namely in the appeals fee for VHRs, and the pre-site inspection fee for the amnesty program, which would also be a new fee, and that's 1 hour's time. That's $107. This would bring code enforcement roughly up to 82% cost recovery. For the remaining 2 divisions, airports and cemeteries, you'll recall that your board want us to do some additional work on those 2 areas. The only thing we're asking of your board today for airports is to add a 10 cent per gallon fuel flowage fee, which would be utilized during emergencies and on any third-party private fueling services that do not use our fuel resources at the airport. And establish an hourly rate of $171. And just a note, the economic development study is very much alive. We are asking the consultant to attend next week's Airport Advisory Committee meeting for the first kind of introduction to the community. So we're very excited about that. And so we're going to kickstart that effort and hopefully get back to your board to follow up on this conversation and others on the economic development future of the airports, hopefully second quarter of next year. And for cemeteries, similarly, we are completing a benchmark. So there's no action we're asking for in the cemeteries except for establishing the hourly rate of $189. So no other action on any fees related to cemeteries that we're asking for. And that leaves us with 2 additional fees that we kind of dove into quite a bit on August 15th. That's the tech fee and the general plan fee. So you'll recall staff is recommending that when we change the existing technology fee, which is currently either $3 minimum up to $300 maximum based on based on 0.0356 valuation, we're asking that your board give consideration to a straight valuation a percentage of 3.2% of the county permit project fee. So moving away from that valuation to a straight percentage on the project fee. So this will be based on the average number of hours estimated to complete the project multiplied by the hourly rate for the total project fee. It's kind of a mouthful. We're happy to walk you through that one again, since it's been probably a couple months since we've thought about it too much. Additionally, so that's on existing, so that's an existing fee. Okay. So we're asking that existing tech fee is a 3.2% on the projects. We're also asking for a technology enhancement improvement fee of 2.45% of those permit fees. And this we're asking as in action item 3 from your board to establish a special revenue fund to put that 2.45% away for future technology fees, enhancements on existing software and or potentially additional modules to enhance our ability to service our customers better. So the 3.2% is an existing tech fee that we're asking for. The 2.45 we're asking specifically as a new fee to be placed into a special revenue fund. And then on a general plan fee, this one I guess might be a little bit more simple, but perhaps not. We're also asking to change the $2 minimum up to $300 maximum. We're asking to change that to a straight percentage of 7.59% of the permit or project fee. So a straight percentage. So right now, what we're really looking for is roughly a 25% cost recovery on the general plan implementation fee. Right now, about 9% is what we collect, 9% cost recovery, and that's going strictly towards long-range planning. So that's funding long-range planning. As you can imagine, that's where it hits in our system as far as the general plan implementation fee, because those are the folks who are weighing the general plan questions against that item. We are also asking for an additional 16%. So of the 25% cost recovery for the general plan implementation fee, 25% is what we're asking for. 9% we want to peel off and just keep heading towards our long-range planning services. But the additional 16% to accrue in the second special revenue fund that we're requesting from your board, which will be used for the comprehensive general plan updates can be coming in the next several years. So as we discussed a couple months ago, even with 16% of that revenue heading into that fund, it's not going to fund the entire general plan as it comes. General plans are extremely expensive, and we also determined that if we went to 100% cost recovery, it would be prohibitively expensive on a lot of these projects, and didn't feel is necessarily the right thing to do.
Is now the time to ask a question?
Sure, go ahead, please.
I had a question on the future comprehensive general plan updates. When do we anticipate the next comprehensive plan update? Because obviously we can make updates multiple times a year, but when the word comprehensive comes out, I think a lot of people recognize the 2004 general plan, and when are we going to make a comprehensive? And I don't know the date. And so how do we determine what that might be?
Yeah, so I mean, for our planning purposes, we have this as a 5-year time horizon,
right,
that we're collecting funds. So ideally, in the next 5 years is when we kickstart that process of a comprehensive general plan update, as differentiated from, you said, from smaller efforts like TGPA, ZOU, which was not a small effort, but it wasn't a comprehensive update to the plan.
Okay.
Aren't we behind on, I thought we were behind on our general plan update. Should have started that a year or two ago, right? Am I thinking of the wrong 5-year review?
Does Rob have something else? to say?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob. come on up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Help me out here, because.
No problem.
Thanks, Rob.
Good afternoon, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So there are two different items. One is a general plan 5-year review, which identifies where you're at, what you have left, how you're sort of performing on your general plan. And then what we're talking about here is a comprehensive update. So we did have a targeted update in 2015, which is the TGPA part of that acronym. But I think that we're talking about, we understand that we're going to have to initiate a new general plan update. And, whether it be on a 5-year schedule, which would have been 2020, or thereafter, in advance of our general plan sort of being built out, right? We understand that there's going to have to be to what degree is still to be determined. But we know that, as an example, we're going to be talking about the safety element coming up soon, and the housing element is up to date. So we'll have to determine exactly but we're going to have to look at the whole general plan. And, land use is not responsible for all of that necessarily, but we're trying to sort of put monies away so that we can handle the land use and the sort of planning pieces of that general plan update. And so we've looked at other jurisdictions, how much things are costing, and again, tried to look a few years out. And that doesn't mean like having it done. That means initiating contracts, paying for the services to get one kicked off, that type of thing. We anticipate that we're going to need it. And so that's why you can't go forever with the same general plan. The 5-year review will identify for your board where we're at and all of that. That is coming, and we're working on finalizing that documentation. But we are behind, as acknowledged.
Okay, well, I just want.
That is the 5-year review of the existing, right? And so I'm sure those conversations are going to talk about what's left in the general plan either to do, or how much capacity, if you want to use that term, the general plan has. And so those are going to identify the things that we need to do. And so we're just sort of looking forward, knowing by the time we do the next 5-year, because we're already behind, we're thinking we're going to have to initiate something. And so we're trying to be sort of prudent in that.
So to follow up on that, then, is it because the general plan itself has hit the horizon, or because I remember during the TGPA ZOU LUPO process, which we all loved, there was a lot of conversation about how long is our general plan good for, and at some points people were saying in 20 years, and then it was like, no, up to 200,000 residents, and we're at 193 right now. So what's the reality of our, horizon there, the threshold of when we have to do one? How's that work?
Those are the exact things we're going to be talking about in the 5-year review. So we initiated a
Right on
consultant.
the-
Hold on, no, because it's a good conversation. So we initiated a consultant to help us put all those numbers together. It has to work with all the traffic projections and the regional agency projections and all of that sort of thing, right? But there is a sort of, I'll call it a cap or whatever.
Right.
20 years is kind of sort of when folks think general plans are getting stale, but there's no you must in 20 years that I'm aware of
Okay.
update, but that's kind of a commonplace like shelf life of a general plan. But I think, we're talking about understanding that as well as understanding you've applied a certain density to the whole county. It has a certain dwelling unit capacity. And so that is the maximum sort of. And so we're going to have to take a look at that. It anticipated growth rates that have changed over time, gone up and down. And so all of that is what we're trying to bring forward in that annual review so that we understand what the next steps are. But we're trying to put as a part of this fee schedule, the monies together to initiate that action when it comes.
Okay, and then just to follow up on that, is there any state monies to do a general plan, or because it's a state requirement to do so?
We
Is
will
there
certainly
anything?
look at any opportunity. There may be opportunities to, initiate like housing element updates and things. There's grant monies out there and things like
Right.
that. But so it may be specific to a topic. It may not be for the whole comprehensive type of thing, but we would certainly explore any opportunity to get offsetting monies.
Okay, so that's what this fee is for, is to build towards.
Yeah, I mean,
this.
ideally,
Okay.
we would probably initiate a consultant at some point. We're gonna have to do RFQ or whatever that is. These monies could all sort of kick that off, and then we would have an understanding of what the true cost is and what we have versus what's needed. And, that's all kind of down the road, but,
Okay.
that's
Thank
exactly
you
what
for
we're trying to
that.
do.
Give us
Yeah.
some seed money as we explore other other.
And like we
funding
acknowledge, it's
opportunities.
not enough to pay for the whole thing. So
Right,
we're just
right.
trying to pay for those land use pieces that are sort of our responsibility.
Very
Okay.
good, right. Good discussion. And
Yeah,
Rob,
thank
thank
you.
you for walking us through that. I know that's an important topic and
Sure.
important to a lot of people. So thank you for that. All right, Chris?
All right. I wanted to actually circle back to code enforcement and provide some additional clarity on some of the questions that arose in August. So you'll notice on the fee schedule under code, and let's see, so that would be on page 2, I guess, of Exhibit B under code enforcement. There's one appeal, currently, there's one appeal fee for administrative hearings that covers all code case types. One currently. That fee is $200. What we're proposing is to keep that level at $200 to ensure equitable access to the appeal process for all residents. However, we're also proposing a new fee specifically for VHR appeals. So we have strictly VHR appeals, and then we have everything else, every other code case type. So in that VHR appeal, you'll see we're proposing $1,000, and how that's broken down is it's also $200 for the appeal, but we're charging $800 of staff time, which in the time study for NBS, they identified that's roughly the amount of staff time that goes into preparing for an administrative hearing. So whereas on the $200 appeal fee for all other code case types, the VHR includes additional hearing fees. So the 800 in staff time plus the 200 appeal fee equal that 1,000. So when you see that 1,000 there on the fee schedule for, particularly for VHRs, that's where that comes from. So I wanted to provide a little bit of clarity on that because there's some confusion in the way it presented itself on the last documents. And this is obviously with our efforts, continual efforts to, step up our enforcement, we suspect there are going to be more appeals on as it relates to VHRs. So that's obviously going to increase staff time, and we want to be able to capture that per some of the board's direction. One other thing you'll see on the code enforcement section is there's a note under the penalties section. So that'd be the third section down, that refers to section 9.02.380 of the county code for administrative citations and investigative fees. So this section under 9.02 lays out the various scenarios of which an administrative hearing officer may rule and how they can affect the amount of fees an appellant will pay in their case. So, sometimes when, a case ends up at an administrative hearing, the officer has the flexibility to say, you are going to pay this, but you're not going to pay that. They have that ability per our code as a third-party administrative hearing officer to make that judgment. So this is the reason it points back to that section in particular. But I will note that obviously there are fees enumerated in the vacation home rental ordinance as well in sections 5.56, 140, and 150. And these also apply for when an administrative hearing officer is hearing the case, but there's fees enumerated, 500, 750, and 1,000. But the hearing officer has the ability also to assess other types of fees, including staff time spent on a case. So the fee schedule simply relates the baseline code ordinance, which is 9.02, as a reference point. But each 5.56 relates back to 9.02. 9.02 is strictly a code enforcement ordinance. It's not in the zoning ordinance. It has its own ordinance, strict, same way that VHRs does. So I just wanted to make the point that they're not in conflict with one another. And the choice to put 9.02 down there is just because it was it's a baseline direction in our ordinance on how an administrative hearing officer treats fees and fines as a result of the code case. And then,
Bring that up just for a minute. I've got a
sure,
question.
absolutely.
Okay, sure.
One of the things I want to talk about is, okay, let's say if you have a code case and this person needs to get a permit, bring this up to code, and they start that process, does that fine stop then? Or does it stop when they get a permit? And you,
You're not talking about the amnesty program, just any
no,
type of
no,
code
just
case?
strictly, let's just say strictly something else. They went ahead and put an addition on, that doesn't qualify for the amnesty program. Does that fine stop then and there when they start the process with the permit, or does it go, or does it go on the whole time? Sorry about that, Chris.
That's okay.
I just want a clarification on it, because I don't think it would be fair, especially if you keep finding the person, because I know how long it takes to go through the process to get a permit. So,
Yeah, so we're talking about two different cases here, obviously, because we've been talking so much about the
I
amnesty
know,
program.
this is
So,
completely something different.
yeah, so, each case is handled differently, but we have an expectation that if you're coming in to get a permit, but you have a code case against you, there's an expectation in that code case, you're making progress towards curing that violation. So, I can't answer without pointing to a specific case, because every case is going to be a little bit different, but the assumption here is if you have a code case open, our expectation is that you're going to cure that violation.
Right. But
before you
are
come
you
in and
still
get another
getting
permit.
fined?
Still getting fined?
Yeah, are you still getting fined?
So
or
long
the
as they're
fine
making
stop?
progress to curing the violation, the outstanding violation,
Okay.
we're not going to continue any type of progressive enforcement on them.
And the
But
fines don't
they have to
accumulate,
still,
keep
they
escalating.
Yeah,
they have to
and-
still show some progress. They have to be showing they're meeting with their architect, their engineer.
Right.
There's a set of plans is coming in 30 days. We're going to sit down and meet with the dev tech. Some type of progress has to be shown for us to continue to keep them in abeyance with
Yeah,
additional
so
enforcement.
the fines stop right then and there when, if they're reaching out and trying to do something.
Yeah, we're not going to continue to pile fines on so long as they're responsive to us.
All right, that's what I wanted to.
Good clarification.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
No problem. So, I know we've covered a lot of ground already. I do want to say before we completely open up, I guess, all sections of this. So we clearly have been looking at this every day for many days. So in our ongoing effort to continually vet this, we do have just a few minor changes I think might clarify, because we've heard from various places, maybe a little bit of confusion. So we'd ask your board's concurrence today, just kind of here on the fly. We're looking at removing the terms during business hours for a couple of several sections, actually, and just leaving it solely as the hourly rates, because it's listed differently across the fee schedule. You'll see sometimes it says after business hours and sometimes it doesn't. It just says an hourly rate. And we talked about it quite a bit and understand that that might be a little bit confusing. So our recommendation is to remove the term during business hours and leave it just as hourly rate for the following divisions: long-range planning, stormwater quality, vacation home rentals, airports and cemeteries. And what that does is it leaves building services and code enforcement as the two remaining areas that delineate between hourly rate and after business hours. And that's simply because, as you can well imagine, it's going to be our after business hours work is very likely going to be in code enforcement or some type of building inspection.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if that clarifies. We heard it a couple times and just, it's a simple fix. If your board is comfortable with that, I just thought I'd bring it up now so we can clean that up if that's the will of your board. So.
So that's the only change in addition to the direction we already gave in August?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
I think it's important to note, like I said, that the board already provided the direction that is in this
Right.
ordinance back in August.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's the end of your presentations
Indeed.
this afternoon?
That's it.
Okay,
Indeed.
excellent. No, we appreciate you walking us through. I'm not seeing any buttons. Do my colleagues have any questions?
No,
Staff at this
Chris
point?
answered mine, so I'm okay.
All right. Yeah, absolutely, Supervisor Lane.
I know you'll be shocked. So.
Wait, should we all
Cemeteries,
guess?
right?
Should we guess?
I think it's cemeteries.
Yeah,
Wrong.
cemetery.
E. Next.
I think it's VHR.
There you go. It's still a little bit confusing, but I really appreciate the clarification on this 9.02. Because in 556150B, it talks about if code enforcement finds that there's sufficient evidence to enter a violation. And then it talks about unless the owner or renter files with the county a request for a hearing before the code enforcement officer, the party requesting a hearing shall also deposit the full amount of the fine and hearing fee at the same time of filing and the request for hearing. So it's confusing to me that when you separate VHR appeals from everything else, that you wouldn't reference something with regards to that VHR language, and maybe it could be in addition to section 9.02.
Sure. So your recommendation would be under the appeals section, under VHR appeals / hearing fee, in parentheses, we could say ordinances 9.02 and 5.56. I mean,
that
I
would
think
be
that's perfectly
appropriate.
reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, all right.
Wow.
All right.
I think I got it all out 2 months ago. Not going to regurgitate that.
All right, well, excellent. All right, Kim, well, let's move on to public comment on this hearing, item number 27.
Now taking public comment on item number 27, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that would like to speak on this item? Right, seeing none, we'll go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon again. Oh, gosh, I don't even know where to start on this one. I think we are all understanding and sympathetic that inflation, employment costs, benefit packages all warrant, every once in a while, an inconvenience to all of us. But I just want to share a little bit of the planning department hell that I have been in as an individual citizen. George, I love you. I know that I can always count on you to direct me more so than my own supervisor, and had given me what he knew was the contacts. We were considering a ADU to house our 100% disabled veteran son-in-law, daughter, and their 2 children because they cannot afford to live in El Dorado County. We have the property. But it seems to be in the planning department, no one knows the answers to any simple questions. Our architect has invested $1,500 into trying to get basic questions answered. So when I see fees going up and the anxiety I'm building up in my mind thinking, am I going to be dead before this process could even be done and completed on what should be a very simple transaction? What are the fees going to be, etc.? So I hope, because I know for a fact that one of the biggest complaints from constituents and citizens is the planning department, the building department, and the rigmarole that everyone has to go through for simple permitting, just trying to get their homes up to code or replace a water heater or make an addition in our case, and, live our best lives, continuing to contribute how we can. So I really hope that these fees are going to ignite education, perhaps better website services. El Dorado Housing has a great ADU website with a bunch of questions. They don't give you the answers to the questions. They direct you to the planning department phone number. My husband, who is a contractor of 40 years, has spoken to 3 people who have all 3 told him either different answers or I don't know. I'll have to get back to you. So I really struggle with paying more fees, considering right now I feel like I'm doing all the work and my architect is billing me also per hour. So I hope that the planning department become more effective, more educated, and more user-friendly for our citizens. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, bring this back to the board for additional discussion or action. What is the will of the board?
Does anybody want to make comment, or I'll just make a motion?
As difficult as it is to approve cost increases, I
Yeah.
think we need to do it from a recovery standpoint. Otherwise, again, we have all the taxpayers subsidizing individual projects.
Right.
So
Yeah.
we've said that before. I just wanted to say it again. So
Okay, very good. I was just didn't know if anybody wanted to go there or not.
I
so.
appreciate that we're
Glad you
taking
did,
a
John.
proactive approach to saving
Right,
up for future
exactly.
amendments that we know are going to be costly in the years to come, especially with an economic
Well, the-
downturn looming.
yeah.
So
Okay,
You
well,
have
with
a-
that then.
you have additional
Oh, did
comments
you wanna
before
add anything,
Supervisor
Chris,
Parlin
or-
makes a motion?
I was just going to add that to Kelly's point, this is not a stagnant exercise. Obviously, if your board takes an action today, we are constantly going to be looking at this. If you recall, in August, we're going to continually look at the tiered valuation model that MBS had recommended for buildings. That's going to be kind of going on the sideline, and we're going to be testing that against Track It and its abilities and so on and so forth. And additionally, this will kick in right on January 1st, 2nd, and that's halfway through our fiscal year. So we're going to be able to look at this with half a fiscal year and be able to make, some considerations. And if things are looking awry in any way, you can be sure that we'll hurry back to your board and have a conversation about making amendments as appropriate. So just wanted to put that out there on the record that we're going to continue to look at this because it's a lot. We understand that. So we want to make sure we get it right.
Those are helpful comments. Thank you so much. All right, so
Thanks,
with that,
Chris.
Supervisor Parlin.
Do we close the public hearing?
Thank you.
too?
I will close the public hearing. Thank you
And
so
with
much.
that, I'll move to approve this item as recommended by staff.
And that includes the 2 changes from Supervisor Lane and the additional wording, removal of the during business hours.
Perfect. You're
Okay.
awesome. So
I'll
that's a
second.
I'll
second.
There's no second.
All right. Okay, seconded by Supervisor Lane, moved by Supervisor Parlin. Okay. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So thank you very much. I know that was a lot of work to get us here and
Thanks, Chris.
look forward to
Appreciate it.
seeing how this works in the future.
We chose Supervisor Lane.
So they were neck and neck.
That's fine. Give it to Supervisor Lane.
We took a vote and she got the second.
I just asked the question if there was a second or not. And there was.
There was.
So, yeah.
I know.
Thank you to our staff. All right, so our next items are at 2:00. Shall we do to and froms at this point?
I was gonna,
Or did you want to take a break until 2? What's the board's pleasure?
We do them really fast?
we could,
Is everybody
Just
fast?
start
got
I'm ready.
mine out.
Or we can start them, yeah.
Yeah,
Start.
We'll
Who's
start.
ready? Supervisor Lane, are you ready?
Nope.
Nope.
I can start.
Okay.
Let's see. So 1 week of stuff only.
Yep.
So, last week, during the elections open house, I went for the sneak peek in the morning because it worked out better with my schedule, but just wanted to, if you guys haven't been there yet, just go check it out. It just feels so welcoming to the public, and Bill O'Neill, our registrar of voters, worked really hard to make it. You can follow a ballot from when it hits the door and comes in, and there's rooms and posters explaining the processes. And of course, those cameras that he put in that I thought were crazy, the cameras are amazing. So anyway, and he said that our facilities department division was really excellent to work with. And so I wanted to highlight that because sometimes we don't hear those things, but he said that facilities was great to work with on this move and putting things in. So just really enjoyed checking that out. And then kind of a funny thing, but I thought I'd share with you guys, not funny, but odd. I stopped by the manufactured home place on Missouri Flat Road last week after we were talking about all these, trying to get pre-approved faster things.
Right.
Happened to be, so the one week he had a sign up saying ADU 600, square feet, which is why I popped in there. The next week, the day I popped in was the day they announced they're retiring. So
no.
the sign says, "Hey, El Dorado County, thank you for 50 years of business." And I went, oh. So I did talk to the guy though, and he suggested that Supervisor Turnbull and I go down to the one at the Y in El Dorado, and but I just think if we can get some models pre-approved that are quicker for people, faster, cheaper, that kind of
Right.
stuff, that will help with all of these, challenges with affordable housing. I don't know what else to do, but anyway,
Yeah.
just
Excellent.
thought I'd let you know. I
And
was like,
then we can
oh,
work on the
they're
USDA
retiring.
grants, you know what I mean, to help those people. deal
Yes,
with that. So
we'll work on all
anyway.
that stuff. And then last Thursday, we had the RCRC Environmental Services JPA, and we just had further discussion about Cal Recycle and the procurement, the composting basically requirements. And Cal Recycle said that, they're figuring these processes and requirements out as they're implementing it. So it's really difficult for the counties and cities to follow. But the bottom line was that we did get them to say that document your efforts as you move along, because even if you're not successful and you may not get 100% compliance, they're more interested in the effort, and they're going to go hard after the jurisdictions don't even try.
Right.
So try. And then I think at our next meeting in 2 months, we'll have a further follow-up on it, because I kind of said, we need more details. So help us. So just let me know. I'm working on that. And then I think that might have been it. Oh, and just for your reference, yesterday morning, the Taxpayers Association guest speaker was Alexia Redelac from Pioneer Energy.
Yes.
She talked a lot about solar, because that seems to be the bigger question. So if you want to watch the taxpayers meeting, they do record them. It's on their Facebook page, because I tuned in late, so I have to go back and listen. That's it.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you for continuing to follow the composting programs and
Yeah.
bringing that back to us. That's important information. Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, Wendy and I attended the plenary meeting that was in Colorado Hills. It was a great meeting and stuff. And I just want to say, I want to thank Maria Alvarado Gill. Marie Alvarado Gill. I keep saying Maria. I don't know why.
He's gonna get it someday.
Well, someday I'll get it. But anyway, and she thanked me for all the hard work I've done, and we worked together to get Grizzly Flats some money, and she presented them with a check for over $400,000.
That was special.
And then she also gave a check to GPUD too, which was really nice, Georgetown Water District. So anyway, and some of the things that she's working on is really good. And I think the meeting went very well. I want to thank you for your effort, because you spoke, and
Pleasure.
it was a great meeting we had. And she was talking a little bit, Maria was talking about housing and stuff. And I talked about how the board, the Butte County Title 25, we talked about it. And she thought that was a great thing. And I want to thank all the board members for supporting me on that. Thank you. Also attended the APAC meeting with John in El Dorado Hills. We stayed for a little while. Didn't get into any of the issues. I figured it'd be better if I just stay away from that. Some of the things they were bringing up, so I left. And I also attended the elections. Oh, it was great. They're not in a dungeon anymore.
Right?
They have
It's so
windows,
nice.
which is really nice. And they love the facility down there, and they love working down there. They hired a few more people, which new people and stuff, which I got to meet, and we got a tour. In fact, I got 2 tours, so it was kind of good. So it was really neat. Also attended the veterans event with John. It was in Cameron Park, and that was great. Went around and thanked all the veterans. John, you had the
challenge
coins,
coins,
and I
and you
handed
had
the
the
pins
pins.
out. But I went to every veteran and shook their hand and thanked them for their service. And there was a lot of emotion there that came from the veterans, because they really, really appreciated us being there and supporting them. So it was a great event, and KCRA News was there. So they were actually there
Well, it's
early. We got
40.
there a little bit late,
I think it was
but
Channel
that's
40,
okay.
yeah.
Channel 40 is what
Yeah,
it
right.
was. Anyway,
Fox 40.
so it was a good thing. And then also attended the GOP Women's Luncheon that was in Cameron Park. Joe Patterson spoke. talked about some of the issues that she's having. You know, I mean, trying to get bills through, it's impossible because there's only a few Republicans on there. So there's a lot, especially, he's still working on the solar, the way the solar requirements, especially the people that rebuild in Grizzly Flat. And it's kind of, that thing has still been tabled. So anyway, and that's kind of what's going on. And then I attended the Community Hub Day at Pioneer Park. And that was a great event. Food bank was there and met with a lot of different people and stuff. And it was a great event. It was a big turnout too. A lot of people showed up, so it was good. And then also I met with some constituents at South County Hot Rod Barbecue. So that was kind of cool too. So anyway, that's all I have.
Excellent. Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I also attended the elections open house towards the latter part of it, and there were several people from the risk department that were there. And so it was very enjoyable to walk through, see everything. And I've got to just give a special kudos to facilities. Everything I saw, and in talking with Bill and everybody else on the staff that's there, Linda, they did an outstanding job of making the improvements, the tenant improvements, and making the additions, the changes. It just looks fantastic. So kudos to facilities for the great work that they're capable of doing, and as exhibited by the elections facility that's just magnificent with all the windows and viewing and telemonitors outside the room so you can see what's going on. I mean, we should have no issues with people claiming not lack of transparency with what the voting process is. It's really laid out nicely, and that's the advantage of having a new facility. Yeah. And so they incorporated a Kanban and some of the other Japanese techniques for it, and just excellent. So in addition to what George was saying about the 8-pack meeting, there was nothing new that was presented, but there was several updates on project status, and there's clearly a growing interest in the El Dorado Hills community to be more involved and be more aware of what the proposed developments are, which is rightfully so. So then on Thursday, I attended the Pioneer Community Energy Meeting. There were two major things that came out of that. One is that Nevada County has withdrawn their application in this current time frame. And so that will be suspended for a year, and then we'll take another look at it to look at the timing, and does it look more favorable than what it does in this past analysis. So that's to come. The other thing I'll give you a heads up on is Pioneer is looking at a solar offering wherein people who would like to put solar on their existing residences can do that through a PPA type of agreement that does not require any out-of-pocket expense. And the way they do that basically is by freezing what rate you're currently paying to PG&E and utilities. There's an analysis that's done, and you pay that amount with a given escalator of so much per year escalator. And then it determines that you've locked in basically to that rate. So potentially there's substantial savings without any upfront costs. And so for some people, I think that's going to be an offering that's unique and different and may have an appeal, but there'll be more details on that forthcoming once the plans are better defined. If you're familiar with what Sunrun is offering right now, it's a similar program, but it's actually enhanced and better, in my opinion, than what Sunrun is offering, because it's connected with Pioneer Community Energy as opposed to PG&E. So it's our source for the electrical power part that I think is the primary incentive for people to look at it, but there's no obligation. You just take a look at it and say, I don't like this, I do like this, tell me more, whatever it is. So I'm
Sounds like an
guessing.
intriguing option, perhaps.
Yes, so probably by the end of the year, we'll be able to provide more details,
Okay.
but they're still working. So the board basically gave a thumbs up to proceed with the details of working out the kind of contract that would have to be established. I attended on Friday morning the Southeast Connector JPA meeting, and there was quite a bit of discussion in that relative to what the future of the connector is. Is it time to really look at planning an exit strategy for the effort that's going on? Recognize it's going to continue for many, many years, and there's pluses and minuses to that. But at least the question is being asked, is it time, or is there a projected time, a trigger point where the local municipalities, the 3 cities involved in the 2 counties, would be independently responsible for completing their phase of that fully designed, shovel-ready project, as opposed to maintaining the JPA. So I thought it was worthwhile to have the discussion. We don't know where that's going to come yet, but we've asked the executive director of the organization to provide us portfolio, a prospectus on what he sees as a trigger points and what might be the logical things to happen. including more work on MOUs between the JPA and some of the other agencies in particular, but ultimately with El Dorado County. So more on that as it comes forward, but we're not just taking business as usual. This is going to go on forever. We're looking at what is the exit strategy? What are the key triggers? How do we recognize when they're there? And then put the appropriate measures in place to follow through. As George mentioned, the Mission to Honor Veterans was just an outstanding event. It always is. And I have to say that probably 80% of the people that I talked to, and I didn't get to say hi to everybody, but probably 80% were new attendees that had not attended a previous session. And I thought that was incredible.
Fantastic.
So what I've found is the invitations kind of rotate around year to year, recognizing that if the veteran's been there, they might not want to go for another couple of years, 2-3 years. But it's very clear too that our World War II veterans are getting to a very, very minimal number. And they're all in that close to 100 or over 100 age range. And so that greatest generation is pretty much moving on. And so now we're seeing a lot more of the Korean War and Vietnamese War, as well as the other conflicts attending those events, but all very, very worthwhile.
It was fantastic. It
Yeah.
really was.
And I would encourage any of the
Everybody to go,
supervisors
yeah.
would have an opportunity. I think it'll be planned in October again next year. It's an annual event. And fortunately, I'll just remind you, we were able to get $5,000 of funding from the county to help that as a community benefit. They were very appreciative of that. Without that, they wouldn't have had the program this year because they did lose some major sponsors. So they're building their sponsorship back up. And I think we're going to be in good shape
next
that
year.
the county
Yep.
doesn't have to come in and assist again beyond this, but they had to do some rebuilding. Last thing is yesterday I attended a gold award for the Girl Scouts. Caitlin Shedd, who's a resident of El Dorado Hills, received a gold award. And her project was to take a garden, well, actually it's a rocky area that was within Lake Forest Elementary School, go through, clear all the rocks and put in sitting landscape stones around in basically a terrace type of provision with some tree plantings and other things to create a place that the kids could go and just have private reading in the shade and enjoy the environment where before it was just a rocky outcropping that nobody
nice.
used at all. So
Wow.
incredible amount of work, incredible contribution to the community. And that's what scouting is all about. So
Oh, that's
that
lovely.
was a high point for this week anyway, so far.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Supervisor Lynn.
Do you want to go ahead and go? And I have a short report.
Well,
tag
all
at
right.
the end.
Actually, I had a busy week too. So yes, the plenary, it was a privilege to be there. And what is a plenary? It's where the water agency hosts other agencies and leaders to collaborate on water resource development and management, recognizing that water has broad ramifications and connects us all. And this year we were especially looking at how water is tied to economic development, our quality of life here in El Dorado County, sustainability issues of especially our ag community and our communities in general, as well as resiliency issues. So it was a really good meeting, and see other opportunities to use this as an opportunity to continue, rather than having different conversations each year, have this as a forum to move projects forward on a regional basis, recognizing that water and securing our water resources here in El Dorado County as the headwaters of, of our watershed is just really important. So it was a really important meeting. And the other takeaway is that because water connects us all, we have to be working regionally with our Sacramento neighbors and even further, because we're going to need each other. Water is a system. It's not in isolation. And we need to support projects that feed that system and raise our voice at not only the state level, but at the national level to secure money for these projects that are very, very
Right.
expensive, but are critical to our future. So it was really
Impacts the
great.
Farmers in the valley, big thing.
Absolutely. So
Exactly.
it was a really good meeting. It was a pleasure to give the State of the County address at this year's El Dorado County Chamber Leadership Lunch. And that's always a privilege for the chair of this board. And I also want to give a special shout out as far as their awards. King's Meats and Casey King of Diamond Springs received the most prestigious award of the year, which is the Community Service Award from the Chamber. So kudos to Casey King and King's Meats, who is always such an amazing community partner in supporting just a wide range of people and programs here in our county. So, that was just really exciting. had a behavioral health commission meeting this month, as I always do, but it was particularly good this month because we had a presentation from about our wellness centers here in El Dorado County. And there was a few takeaways that I'd like this board to know, recognizing that mental health is on the top of our minds, especially for our youth and our families, because we know how our youth are struggling. And we found out that out of our 15 school districts, 8 of our school districts have a wellness center in some form. And our mental health providers have established relationships in 23 out of our 43 schools, which we've made a lot of progress in the last year. Was so exciting to see as we have Lauren Sumimoto, who is one of our youth commissioners, and our youth commission will be here with this board on November 7th, which is always a highlight of the year. But our youth Lauren is also a behavioral health commissioner, which is quite amazing that we have a high school student serving on our behavioral health commission. And as we were talking about the wellness centers, she was able to share how meaningful they are. For example, we know there was just a heartbreaking suicide at Oak Ridge a couple weeks ago. And she was saying, because a wellness center is firmly established in Oak Ridge, that they were able to meet the immediate needs of that campus and our students and our teachers in that, real horrific tragedy because they were established. We also heard about other schools that experience really chaotic times, that those that have the wellness centers, it's a seamless help, which was just really lovely to hear. Also, we know there are not enough clinicians to serve the mental health needs of not only our students, but of El Dorado County and just folks in general. So EDCO is taking a really innovative approach, and they are looking at creating a continuum of support. And the first phase of that is the peer-to-peer program that our youth commission has established. And they are finding that as we train our youth to be peer-to-peer counselors, they are having a big impact on the population. And then they're also having degrees of license as folks move up in their license and their education, they're finding ways to plug them in with our wellness centers so that we can expand our support of clinicians and also help educate our youth that there's a pathway to becoming a mental health clinician. And so it's kind of the new way that we are expanding help in our schools, which it was a fascinating and really exciting recognition that our school districts are really applying out of the box thinking and really tackling this head on to make sure we have the resources we need to help our kids and our youth and our families. So that was really great. Attended an all-day strategic planning session with our Youth and Families Commission, which is once again, we're working diligently to ensure that those folks that need to access our system, whether it's foster youth or whether it's folks struggling with mental health illnesses or substance abuse, that there's no wrong door to enter and get help in our system. That's a coordinated path. And so there was one other thing that I forgot to write down. What was it? I hate that. Shoot, maybe I'll think about it. But anyway, it was a busy week and I was so sorry that I was in meetings from dawn to dusk and couldn't attend the opening of our election center. So I'm just so glad that it was so late. I will do that. I will definitely do that. I'm dying to see it, but that was just really exciting. So
I took that extra tour for you.
thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So I might go back if I think of what else I did. But,
Supervisor Layton talks slow and it'll come back. It'll come back to her.
It'll come back to her, but you got to think of it fast because
Okay.
my report is
All right.
short. I did want to give this board a heads up that as your representative to the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, JPA, up in Tahoe, that's made up of 3 agencies. It's El Dorado County, the city of South Lake Tahoe, and then Douglas County, which is interesting because they're in Nevada.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that because it'll be relevant in a second, but we are through environmental management, Mr. Warren will be bringing forth an item to this board, unfortunately recommending a rate increase. The JPA is not a authoritative body. It's a recommending body in this particular case, and it'll have to be El Dorado County that makes the decision, but they're looking at an 8.33% rate increase for El Dorado County. it's a 10.09% increase for the city of South Lake Tahoe and 8.15% increase for Douglas County if all of that gets approved. And I mention it because we also talked about Senate Bill 1383 and its ramifications. And because we do have Douglas County that's in Nevada, they're not super keen on following California law. Don't blame them, right?
Yeah.
And it's going to be an expensive one too. So we're really taking a hard look at how we're going to effectively bring that to the forefront, but it'll have some very costly ramifications also. So just want to mention that those things are coming. Did you think of it?
I did actually.
There you go.
Thank
Ah,
you
there
so
you
much. I
go.
appreciate
Good
it.
job.
Yes, thank you. I attended the Save the Graves on Saturday at the
Oh,
Union Cemetery.
thank you.
And it was a fantastic event. I just kudos to our county staff and all of our dedicated volunteers who keep our history alive in our cemeteries. And it was a particularly fun event that it was a Blair family reunion. And a lot of the living members of the Blair community were there. I got to speak with a lot of them. And then there were stories of their ancestors. And it was really well attended and it was a robust event. So I just wanted to give kudos to our volunteers and our county staff for that. It was a great event. So, all right, CAO, nothing to report. Thank you. Great. Well, thank you all for all your hard work on behalf of our county. And so with that, we are on our first hearing, item number 28, Kim.
Item number 28 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Tahoe Planning and Stormwater Division, recommending the board consider the following for subdivision map amendment, White House, submitted by Melissa and Gary Whitehouse to amend recorded subdivision map to reduce an existing setback line.
Thank you.
1, find subdivision map amendment to be categorically exempt, and 2, approve subdivision map amendment.
Thank you. And with that, I will open the public hearing and welcome back, Rob.
Good afternoon. So a little bit of a flashback from last time. Melanie Shasha will be presenting this item. However, we've done a different setup and we have a more established plan B, but
Great.
we're going to go ahead and let Melanie kick this item off.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I'm trying to start my video.
Great. Well, thank you for being with us, Melanie.
Hi, how are you?
Perfect. We're good. Thank you.
I'm glad I don't sound like I'm underwater.
No, we see you loud and clear. This is perfect.
Yeah, so this is a amendment to a recorded subdivision map. I'm going to share my screen so that you can see the map that we will be discussing. Perfect.
Perfect.
So yes, this the map, the parcel in question is outlined in gray, and then there's a call out which displays the parcel a little bit larger, and it shows that it's a proposed 10-foot front setback reduction from the recorded maps setback of 20 feet. The parcel zone single unit residential. There's a general plan, a designation of approved plan because it's within the TRPA jurisdiction. The land use around it is also single family residential. This Paradise subdivision map was recorded on June 24th, 1963, after being approved by the Board of Supervisors on the same day. The map correction, if granted, would be consistent with an administrative approval that for setback reduction due to slopes granted by staff on July 19th, 2023. The proposed 2-car garage would be located at the closest of 20 feet from the edge of traveled way. The surveyor's office has required a certificate of correction be submitted, approved, and recorded. And the Department of Transportation has required a hold harmless agreement to be executed prior to any building permits being issued. Staff has determined that the request as conditioned be substantially consistent with the residential zone, approved plan area statements, and findings have been made for the map amendment as required by the subdivision ordinance. I received one inquiry about this project, and that was just to clarify the project and what it would mean for the neighborhood as a whole. So I recommend the board take the following action. Find that the parcel map amendment TM-C 23-0001, amending subdivision map D-0007 is exempt in accordance to the California Environmental Quality Act, section 15305 for minor alterations in land use limitations, and approved map amendment TM-C 23-0001, amending subdivision map D-007A based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as presented. This concludes my formal presentation.
Excellent. That seems rather straightforward. Thank you,
Mhm.
Melanie. Appreciate it. Does the board have any questions or comments?
Nope.
Supervisor
I have just
Heidel.
one. Yeah, I'm reading in the text that it says, the setback line is described as easements for light and air and for public utility poles, wires, and cross arms over those strips of land lying between the front line and those lines shown thereon and designated setback line, said strips of land to be kept open and free from buildings. So we've been able to determine that there is no effective use. There is no plan to make any utility pole installations, undergrounding of utilities, nothing of that kind in this particular subdivision. I just want to make sure that, you know, we did all the verification by checking with utility company up there. And as long as that's clear, I'm good with this. I just want to make sure we didn't take a step that we could regret later if they decided we're going to underground everything and now we can't get to the easement we need, right? Essentially the setback. So anyway.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, yes. All right,
Okay,
great.
all right, very good.
Thank you. Supervisor Lane, do you have anything?
No, thank
All right. Seeing no further questions or comments from the board, let's take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Do you wish to speak on this item?
Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants.
Right, seeing none. All right.
Oh, now taking public comment from Sue.
Good afternoon, Sue.
Hi, I was just gonna watch, but I had a question because did this go to the planning commission? And then I'm curious, I don't have this up because I didn't really plan on talking to it. So the front setbacks are usually sacred because it's not just utilities, it's the vision to be able to see around corners and things that as a building designer, I've never known of. They're pretty strict about front setbacks on streets. So is this a change of the parcel for the setback to be reduced to where it's going to pop out different than the rest of the street? A building? Is this for construction on that setback on the street side?
Do you have any other questions, Sue? We'll get clarifications once public comment is done.
I guess there's no, oh, did you freeze?
No, we can hear you. Can you hear us, Sue? Sue? Can you hear us? Okay. It's like maybe our connection got severed, but we will get clarity once public comment is done.
Now taking public comment from Elise Fett.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just in response to Sue, I am the architect for this project, and the home is on the outside of a curve, and it only has one neighbor who does support this setback change.
Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
And Sue's back on, so I'll let her talk.
Okay. Welcome back, Sue.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I guess I lost the connection. So if she could just, I know how much stress it is to go through this process to get to this point, but I'm just, I see that both of these projects have that same condition of where you're losing the front setback. And I, again, have never seen that allowed when you have a whole subdivision and it has to do with line of sight. So maybe you can explain that to me a little bit.
Thank you.
I'm going to respond. I'm going to share the site plan
We
for
usually
the
don't let,
project.
excuse me, sorry, Elise. We don't usually go
That's
back.
not
and-
Elise. That's not Elise.
Oh, Melanie. Oh, I'm so sorry. I saw Elise. Is it come? Great, Melanie. Thank you for, at this point, we'll close public comment and close the public hearing and now get clarity on that. Sorry, I didn't know where the voice was coming from.
I'm sorry, I should have stated my name. So this is Melanie Shasha, Senior Planner. I am sharing my screen to show you the proposed site plan.
Great, thank you.
So it was a staff level review for the setback reduction for the zoning setback requirements. Because the site met a slope requirement, which is from the 20-foot setback to edge of pavement, a slope of more than 6 feet. And this site meets those requirements. Miwok, when it was graded, when the subdivision and improvements initially happened, it oversteepened the front of this lot. So the house is actually set far back from the street in the sort of flatter part of the yard. But in order to add paved and covered parking, they really needed it up close to the road to reduce how much grading was going to happen. So our zoning allows an administrative permit in this specific situation where the front slope is very steep. We did go to Liberty Utilities. We went to the other utility groups who may have needed that utility easement. We didn't get any conditions of required conditions of approval for those utilities. I think there's already a power pole in front of this house within the right of way, so they didn't need that easement. And again, this house is going to be 10 foot from the property line, so it's not going to be in the roadway easement or next to the traveled way.
Great, thank you so much for that explanation. And I believe I closed the public hearing.
You did.
Okay, great. Bring this back to the board for any further questions or comments or action.
And then could someone just repeat kind of what Elise said, because Sue was the one that asked the question and she may have been cut off at that time. And
She said that it was on the outside of a curve and that the adjacent property owner was in agreement with this. was
Perfect.
In opposition. to
I just
this.
wanted to make, because Sue did say she was cut off.
That's true.
I don't know if she heard that. So that went with it too. So
Thank you.
yeah.
Any other comments on the board or?
I just would like that Sue Taylor just said she'd like to say thank you for the clarification.
Oh, perfect. You're welcome, Sue. All right. Do I hear a motion from the board?
I would move the staff report as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Lane, seconded by Supervisor Parlin. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Melanie. Appreciate that. I assume you're probably going to be with us for
Sticking
29
around
too.
a little
All right,
bit.
great. So Kim, let's read number 29. Of course.
Item number 29 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Tahoe Planning and Stormwater Division, recommending the board consider the following for subdivision map amendment Wisely, submitted by Michael and Ingrid Wisely to amend recorded subdivision map to reduce an existing setback line. And one, find that the subdivision map amendment to be categorically exempt. And two, approve subdivision map amendment. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
With that, I will open the public hearing. And I'm noticing a theme here. All right, Melody, walk us through this one.
Yeah, Melanie Shasha, Senior Planner. Again, I'm going to share my screen and you'll see another Tahoe Paradise subdivision map. They really enjoyed these required front setbacks in this subdivision. Again, single unit residential. There's houses around this. There is an existing house on this lot. There's existing houses neighboring this lot. There's a few empty parcels. I think there's one cat corner on the other side of this intersection. This map was recorded September 30th, 1970, after being approved by the board on September 29th, 1969. This approval would be consistent with a variance granted by the zoning administrator on August 16th, 2023. The proposed two-car garage would be 13 feet from the edge of traveled way, and it would provide parking for 2 vehicles off the outside of the easement. The same with the first one, the county surveyor's office has required a certificate of correction be submitted, approved and recorded. The Department of Transportation has required a hold harmless agreement prior to any building permits. No other agencies submitted any comments, conditions or concerns. Staff has determined that the request as conditioned to be substantially consistent with the residential zone, the approved plan land use designations and findings have been made for the map amendment and required subdivision ordinance. I did also receive one inquiry about this project, and it was the same as the first. They just wanted to know how it affected the neighborhood and what impacts would be to their specific property. Staff recommends the board take the following actions. Find the parcel map amendment TM-C22-0002, amending the subdivision map E-072B, exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, section 15305, which is minor alterations and land use limitations, and approve the parcel map amendment TM-C23-0002, amending subdivision map E-072B, based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as presented.
Thank you, Melanie. Any questions from the board on this item?
I do have
Supervisor
one.
Lane,
Yes. I do have a question of clarification for Ms. Sasha. I'm going to go back to item number 28 for a second. There's a sentence on page 2 that says the 5-foot snow storage easement located within the 20-foot setback will not be affected. And in my mind, I thought, well, that makes sense because we're going from a 20-foot setback to only a 10-foot setback. So the 5-foot snow removal easement still exists. But on item number 29, it states that the 5-foot snow storage easement located within the 25-foot setback will not be affected. But in this case, we're going from a 25-foot setback to 0. So where is the snow storage easement in regards to this item?
The driveway is existing, and so it's already encroached into that snow storage easement. And we don't usually remove those as part of the subdivision correction. We just remove the light and air and structure setback.
And you leave the 5-foot snow easement, even though it's already encroached into it, you could still store snow on it.
Right.
Gotcha.
If they weren't there over the winter, then the snow would still get piled into the driveway. Snow removal, as you know, they try their best to not put snow in the driveway, but it's up to the homeowner to clear that snow.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Excellent. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, Melanie, can you show us the actual parcel map? Because again, I'm struggling a little bit with a 0-foot setback because I've never seen that before. I'm sure it's happened, but I've never seen one.
Well,
so-
There's a
There's a
picture.
photo in the exhibits
Yeah.
too, Melanie, that maybe you could pull
Oh.
that up too and use
That's,
your
yes,
cursor to show
I'm looking for
us.
something visual, yes.
Yeah,
Visual's always good.
because the photo is good except for the fact that I don't know where the lines are. So if you could use your cursor
Okay,
and
so
point
maybe
that
the
out to
photo
us,
in combination
maybe.
with the parcel map or
Yeah.
something or other. Yeah.
I saw that too.
So in this photo, the front property line is where the asphalt turns to concrete. So
Okay,
that
so,
would be the location of the front of the garage.
and these are public roads, so it's a county right of way that butts up against this, or are these private roads?
These are county maintained roads.
Okay, so the edge of the asphalt in this picture is the edge of the county right of way, is that correct?
Yeah, the edge of the property line is the beginning of the right of way.
Okay, all right, very good, that helps.
Beautiful house.
And then do you have a parcel map as well, just so I can get the overall view and the whole construction area?
And I'll make those quite large. Sorry, you might be going.
Okay,
So it's the front setback along Crystal Air Drive. There's a mandatory side yard setback and slope easement of 2.5 feet along Codo.
yep,
But we're not touching those other required setbacks.
okay, that helps, thank you.
Yep. And I'll just clarify also that the garage, the position of the garage is on the eastern property line along the 5-foot setback. So they've moved it as far away from the intersection as they can for their proposal.
All right. Thank you for the visuals. That was very helpful. Any further questions from?
I guess I do have one relative to line of sight. Is there a stop sign at that intersection, or is there possibility that somebody coming up to that intersection, I think it's on Crystal, because of the garage being as far out as it is, might not see a car that's approaching the intersection? Is that cause for concern in terms of line of sight for a safety, traffic safety perspective?
I didn't get any comments from Department of Transportation in that regard.
Okay. If everybody drives at the speed limit, it's not a problem. I don't know how this neighborhood operates.
Yeah, I would just add Rob Peters again. I would just add that that is one of the, particularly on a corner lot, that when we route this to the Department of Transportation, that would be one of the items that they'd be looking at in response to conditioning this or not, and whether they could support the request.
And
So
they support the
site
request.
distance is a big one for.
Okay.
You bet.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Great. All right. Let's go ahead and open up public comment on this.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone that would like to comment on this item? Not seeing anyone in the boardroom, Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Welcome back.
Thanks. And I know the pain it takes to get this here, and I really didn't want to comment again, but I had that same question about the stop sign, because if you see in the picture, you can see a line as if there is a stop sign, which is further back than the concrete pad. And if what I heard is the concrete pad will be the wall of the building or the garage. So it just seems like if you came to that stop sign and looked right, you would be seeing the building right there. So I'm just, again, surprised that DOT, I've never been able to do anything like that before. Because like I said, those front setbacks on streets are pretty protected to be, they go all the way down the strip for many purposes, and a lot of it is line of sight. So and the other part is, since they're not, the county is not liable for allowing this to be moved forward, I would be concerned as a applicant that nothing's going to come back on them for creating a hazard if that does create one. But I just can't tell. And so that's just my 2 cents that I really didn't want to share. But it feels like this should have had a little bit more scrutiny before I would hate to see them get in trouble to start building that, and then somebody else comes along and sees an issue, and they've gone through a lot of trouble, and the county's not liable for letting them move forward. So I think that apparently you've made that really clear. So I guess it's, yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, with that, I will close the public hearing, and it seems like this has been thoroughly vetted. Appreciate everyone's thoughts. Also appreciate the need for the homeowner to have a covered parking in South Lake Tahoe. That would be a necessity. So any further comments or motion by the board?
I would go ahead and move approval of this item as presented by staff.
Oh, second. Sorry. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Well, thank you so much, Melanie, for walking us through these 2 hearings, and thank you for all your work on this on behalf of the homeowners and the county. All right. Thank you, Rob.
Thanks,
Well,
Rob.
with that, it is 2:34. And SEAO, do you have any?
Just a quick reminder to the board and the public that next week is dark. We do not have a board meeting.
That's right. Excellent. Well, thank you for that. And have a great week, everyone. And at 2:34, we are adjourned. Thank you all.